We've seen people with Nigerian certificates go out of this country and serve as the best of engineers. So I can tell you that maritime stakeholders, maritime scholars in Nigeria can also perform optimally within and outside the shores of Nigeria. Mr. Chairman, I hope I've been able to keep to the 10 minutes you gave. I want to, on behalf of my colleagues, welcome you all to the 6th edition of the General Entity Awards.
Private sector operators must invest in innovation and efficiency. Regulators must embrace transparency and data-driven oversight. Industrial practitioners must commit to continuous learning and adaptation. As we deliberate today, let us remember that a smart port is not just about technology. It is about efficiency, transparency, competitiveness, and national prosperity.
I want to tell us a story. This is my personal experience. I was impressed when the chairman was talking about why is it that in Nigerian ports and logistics environment today, institutions, government agencies cannot work 24 hours. That is what we want to establish today. Can the system work 24 hours? What is the implication of not working 24 hours? In Nigeria today, freight forwarders, shippers, pay for services that are not rendered. Why? Because from 8 a.m. to about 4 p.m., most offices close, government offices close. Some NAFDA, including my agency, CRFFN, and the rest. Customs, I think I'm impressed with recent reports that even in Tinkan here, that they have started working even weekends, but not 24 hours. I don't know if they have started working 24 hours. You're almost there. Please be quick and get there. Very important. It's very important because smart ports requires 24 hours operation. Logistics is time bound. It's also cost bound. Any delay in logistics translates to cost.
He said the model that if you are not too familiar with the port, look at what he's trying to say. What I just said is the issue of malpractices. Tells I what I do have not been addressed. So the question back to the important smart port. If the issue of consistent source of energy, not the one we see today, where the operators are acquiring a source of energy, the cost of doing business in the port, or cost of running cargo at the port will be high. Then talk about telecoms. If some of the operators, shipping lines are depending on telecoms and they don't have the backbone, the aspect of system breakdown telecom. That's why custom are making every effort to abandon way for them optic server. Use the backbone to support what they're doing. If not, they have a problem.
Because we have to address ourselves. If we put these things in place, and we have been putting various policies and systems in place for so long, but in the end, we as operators, as players within the system must ask ourselves, what role are we playing to ensure that this works? That's all. The last thing I want to mention is that I've sat in this conversation and I want to appeal to Mr. Ismail Alim. I think that there are two parties that should be here that are not here. The telecoms operators should be here. If you're talking about the blue economy must go beyond just maritime thinking. Because you're discussing smart ports, smart systems. All of those things must ride on the backbone. I'll give you an instance. 3 or 4 days ago, we just finished at the School of Eloquence a Guinness World Record attempt for the longest public speaking marathon. What is the problem we are facing? We're using all kinds of internet infrastructure to send videos, and 3 days after, we're still struggling. We're still struggling. Now, that is just an institution that is, we can call it a soft institution. How much more in the port ecosystem? They should be here to listen and understand their role in it. And that's why some of most of our maritime events must open up a little bit more to enable outsiders or other fields to come inside. Because
some of the tools which have been provided by WCO, Nigerian Customs Service itself has it's about 90% automated already. You can remember what it was with Asikuda plus 96, and now Product. When the speaker asked me if we are running it in 4 hours, what operations? I said almost. I said not yet, but of course, the system has evolved tremendously.
Yeah, for us, we have been in Amato. We sat down some 2-3 years ago, really. You know, it's very difficult, easy to destroy, very difficult to build. We sat down and looked at, from our various engagements with agencies, government, MPA, NSC, even the CRFF. So we peered into the future and saw that things cannot continue to go like this for our members. If we do not embrace smart personnel, smart association. So by that, what we have been doing or trying to do, for instance, we identified certain projects that will help us get on track to be able to fit into the smart ports, and not just smart port, like the guideline was supposed to be a smart maritime ecosystem. Because even at the level of the dry port, if you do not also plan for a smart system there, you are going to have the kind of congestion that you have in the port now, around that place. I think the MD of Nigeria Railway, acknowledged that fact. I think some 2 weeks ago at the MPCC, meeting we had, that go to a vitamin tunnel, you will see, it's been a redeployment of the part of the congestion here, to that place, because there's no smart preparation, in calling up trucks into that railway.
As part of Journal NG's contribution to the good and growth of the Nigerian maritime industry, we initiated the Port Industry Town Hall meeting. This is the 6th edition, and every year we pick a topic that will help engender the development of the sector. Like last year, we talked about 24-hour port operations. This year, we are talking about smart ports, and they are in sync. Those two issues synchronize, and it's meant for the good and growth of the industry. Because if you don't discuss it, you don't create the awareness. Policy makers, policy implementers, government people, those are the private and public sector, may not even key into this agenda. But if it's out there, the more awareness we create, the better for Nigeria. Green port has to do with environmental sustainability. Yeah, smart port is automation. Yeah, lesser human interface, digitization, and they work for common good.
They're not really much what we want. We want Nigeria to not only to be signatory, but to be active implementer of global conventions and treaties. We are asking the key port operators to remove their normal mentality of smartness, unquote, to approach smartness through the application and embracing the application of artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, in discharging their duties and functions within the port environment and maritime space. That's what we're trying to say. Artificial intelligence, to drive your process to think better. The Internet of Things giving you opportunity to, connect the world. Then the blockchain, having a platform that will make you work better than you are achieving. So your achieve targets. We are saying let our port be green. The United Nations is saying let us encourage, instead of dry port, let our port be green. That means if you come to your port, start planting trees. Let there be green atmosphere inside the port, so that the bolstering that comes and the emissions that come from a vehicle, the trees and the flowers will have the capacity to absorb it. If you are doing so, you're also helping to help the green evolution of United Nations. So we want our system to be driven by a green environment that is more healthier than what we have. Because if you're operating in a dry, highly carbon monoxide environment, there's an element of health risk involved. So let us also ensure that the ports thrive by adding value to our health.
The truth of the matter is the world is evolving. Technology is shaping the world. The way things were done in the 90s is different from the way things were done in 2000 and the way things are done today. So every system, every organ, every institution need to evolve with that change. Technology has brought advancements in our ports and logistic corridor. That change should also be adopted. Otherwise, the world will leave us behind. So every stakeholder out there, every government agency out there needs to know this, although it is not a new topic, but it is something that we need to now pay attention to, because the speed of integration matters a lot, so that we don't find ourselves struggling to meet up with the most current developments, in the system. So, yeah, smart ports is the way to go. Thank you.
The Smart Port and Green Port initiative is a good one. We are made to understand very well, for instance, that the federal government, under the leadership of the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has provided the political will for this Smart Port initiative to come to light. And we are hoping that this would address fundamental issues around the port. I'm sure a lot of people have been talking about or hearing about the perennial port congestion with the Smart Port initiative. That gridlock would be a thing of the past. All the hues and cries of truckers, for instance, talking about be it multiple checkpoints along the port corridor, and even within the port, as the case may be, we all almost die a natural death in one fell swoop. So the Smart initiative is a good one, and it's something that we as truckers are really looking forward to, because our primary aim as truckers now is to be able to turn around trips. That's where our money comes from, turning over trips. This idea of doing one trip in a month or two trips in a month is making a lot of our members, go bankrupt, and many assets are being liquidated, because, like I said, in the meeting, the rates many of our members are presently collecting as a result of the anomaly, occasioned by the anomaly in the system, are survival rates which necessitates, whose consequences results in the liquidating of their assets. because a number of factors are not taken into consideration in the rate that they accept in doing or in picking cargoes from the port. So with the SMART initiative, hopefully we'll go back to the days of doing 4 trips in a week or even more in a week. And that will make, business, make our members buoyant and, port activities encouraging, as it used to be there.
The ocean is Nigeria's greatest untapped treasure. From Lagos to Calabar, from Badagry to Bakassi, our waters carry the power to feed us, connect us, and propel our nation into prosperity. Yet for too long, we have turned our backs to the sea. Today, that tide must change. Our ocean is more than coastline. It is 853 kilometers of opportunity, 200 nautical miles of economic promise, and a lifeline for over 200 million Nigerians. 90% of our trade moves by sea. Millions depend on fisheries for their daily bread. And from offshore oil to renewable energy, our waters are the foundation of our survival. But with great wealth comes great responsibility. Our obligation is clear: to protect our waters from pollution, piracy, and neglect, to keep our seafarers safe, to sustain marine life for future generations, to govern our waterways with justice and foresight. If we fail, we risk not only our environment, but our very future as a maritime nation. Yet within every challenge lies opportunity. The blue economy can generate millions of jobs for our youth in shipping, aquaculture, shipbuilding, tourism, and marine technology. With innovation, skills, and vision, Nigeria can rise as Africa's true maritime giant. Our opportunity is not tomorrow. It is here. It is now. This is why the Blue Economy Academy exists, to eliminate sea blindness and ignite a blue awakening in Nigeria. Through knowledge, advocacy, and action, we are sowing the seeds of ocean literacy, so every Nigerian can see the water not as a boundary, but as a bridge to prosperity. All I want to do is to simply lead a blue awakening in Nigeria, to help my country prosper by water. On this World Maritime Day, Nigeria joins the world to say, our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity. Together, let us awaken to the power of the blue. Together, let us prosper by water.
For decades, our ports have moved cargo. But in a warming world, they must also move energy, clean, renewable, and resilient. Globally, ports are evolving into energy-integrated hubs, generating power from wind, sun, and waves. They power cranes, charge ships, and supply nearby towns. Nigeria's coastal ports receive abundant sun and sea breeze. With the right infrastructure, they could become mini power plants, fueling industry, commerce, and communities. Early progress is visible. Pilot programs are integrating solar into administrative buildings. Hybrid cranes are reducing diesel use. It's a start, but not enough. Our ports can power more than trade. They can power a greener future. The blueprint exists. The momentum is building. Let's light the way.
The sea is more than just water. It's our future. From Badagry to Bakassi, Nigeria's coastline is over 850 kilometers of untapped opportunity. The blue economy is woven into every part of our lives. We are all stakeholders of the seas. From the Blue Economy Academy, Code Blue is the brief designed to eliminate sea blindness. Get the critical insights you need to prosper by water, economically, environmentally, and educationally. Don't miss this opportunity to join the conversation. Limited virtual capacity. Scan the QR code now to join the movement. Let's build a Nigeria that prospers by water with Code Blue.
Life at sea is difficult enough. Let's not make it harder. I'm Ubong Isian, certified speaking professional and founder of the Blue Economy Academy. As the world marks the Day of the Seafarer, under the powerful theme, My Harassment-Free Ship, the message must echo beyond the moment. Our seafarers, those courageous men and women, face storms, isolation, and sacrifice every day. But what they should never have to face is harassment, abuse, or indignity on board their vessels. For women seafarers, this danger is often multiplied. Many of them suffer silently, marginalized, disrespected, or even violated. And all this without protection or justice. We must call this out. We must change it. A ship must be a sanctuary, not a threat. One where every woman is safe, every voice is heard, and every act of misconduct is addressed without delay. At the Blue Economy Academy, this is a moral and strategic priority reflected in two of our foundational pillars. First, Blue Governance and Justice, which demands stronger laws, enforcement, reporting systems, and ethical leadership at sea. And second, Blue Talent, because we cannot build a sustainable maritime future while neglecting the very people who power it. The Nigerian seafarer, whether male or female, deserves more than a struggle. They deserve global relevance, respect, and recognition. Many of our seafarers remain undertrained, underpaid, and underprotected despite their potential and the sacrifices that they continue to make. We must change that. It's time to benchmark Nigerian seafarers against international best standards. It's time to invest in their welfare, dignity, and growth, not just as workers, but as ambassadors of our maritime future. Let's make every ship a place of professional pride, mental peace, and personal protection. Let's create a maritime culture that sees harassment as an emergency and not a hidden habit. Because a true blue economy is not just about what we can extract from the sea. It's about how we treat the people who live and work on it. So, to every Nigerian and global seafarer, we just want to let you know that we see you, we thank you, we stand with you. May your voyage continue to be safe, and may your ship be harassment-free. May your future be even brighter than your past. Thank you from all of us here at the Blue Economy Academy. Happy Seafarers Day. Indeed, it is your harassment-free ship.
In the vast, often treacherous waters of ambition and opportunity, nations seek a guiding light. They search for clarity amidst the fog, and a fixed point when currents shift. Nigeria's blue economy, a boundless sea of potential, navigates these very challenges. We are the lighthouse, unmoved by crashing waves of indifference or the chill of being ignored. We stand. The storm proves the strength of our resolve. We don't wait for applause. Our purpose is to shine for the sake of others. Our light needs no validation. It simply reveals truth. We are built on rock, conviction, knowledge, and the courage of vision, not applause or fleeting trends. Ships come to us. We do not float to meet them. The Blue Economy Academy, with Code Blue as its early warning system, serves as an immovable reference point. We illuminate bearings. We don't pursue tides. Though fixed, we see miles ahead. Rooted in our principle to see a Nigeria that prospers by water, we anticipate, forecast, and lead thought, even when others are blind. We don't compete in the contest of ego or political theater. We are the voice of caution, the eye of foresight. Our clarity is most needed when theirs is most absent. We are always on, even when unseen. Consistency is our character revealed in darkness. Our solitude is not failure. It is insulation for illumination. Long after voyages are forgotten, they remember the light that kept them safe. The Blue Economy Academy and Code. Blue are not moments, they are markers. Your legacy must not change. We are the lighthouse. We need no fleet. We chart no course. But all who journey shall look to us. We will stand. We will shine. And we will not be moved.
They call it the blue economy, the idea that our oceans, rivers, and waterways can drive prosperity without destroying the planet that sustains us. It's a simple but powerful idea, defined by global development leaders including the World Bank as the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods, and job creation, while preserving the health of ocean ecosystems. To make it even simpler, think of it as a hand, the blue hand with 5 fingers that must all work together. The thumb gives strength. It represents economic growth, the industries that earn us income from the sea, fishing, ports, shipping, tourism, even offshore energy. Every time a boat carries goods through a Apapa port or a new fish market opens in Bonny or Ypres, that's the blue economy at work. But growth must be smart, not just extraction, but innovation, turning seaweed into packaging or waste plastic into boat fuel. The index finger points the way toward people. It's about creating jobs and improving livelihoods for coastal families and inland communities alike. From the fisherwoman in Bayelsa, to the boat repair apprentice in Lagos, to the tour guide at Tarkwa Bay, the blue economy is meant to lift lives and reduce poverty. If growth doesn't translate to better living for the people, it isn't truly blue. The middle finger reminds us of health, the heart of it all. Healthy waters mean healthy jobs, healthy food, and a healthy nation. When oil spills, plastic waste, or sewage destroy our lagoons, we lose not just beauty, but bread. Protecting the mangroves, restoring coral reefs, and keeping our waters clean are investments in our economic survival. The ring finger stands for sustainable use, the promise we make to future generations. It means taking only what the ocean can replace and giving it time to recover. You can't fish everything today and expect the sea to feed your children tomorrow. True sustainability is long-term thinking, using resources wisely so the circle of life stays unbroken. The pinky may be small, but it brings balance. It represents integration, coordination across sectors and borders. What happens in agriculture, energy, or waste management all affects the water. A minister in Abuja, a governor in Rivers, a ship captain in Warri, and a farmer in Kebbi must all see their shared responsibility. The blue economy only works when everyone rows in the same direction. When these 5 fingers move together, growth, people, health, duration, and integration, the hand becomes strong. But when even one finger fails, the hand loses its grip on the future. The blue economy isn't just about the sea, it's about us, our jobs, our food, our climate, and our shared destiny. Because truly, the sea is for all, that all may see. In the 21st century, time is money, and nowhere is this truer than at our ports. Each minute a container waits, goods are delayed, fuel is burned, and economies stall. In a global race where ports are becoming smart, Nigeria must ask, can our harbors keep up? Around the world, the smart port revolution is underway. AI schedules cargo arrivals. Drones survey logistics yards. Blockchain secures paperwork. These ports don't just move goods, they move data. Every second saved boosts GDP and reduces emissions. In contrast, Nigerian ports still face backlogs, corruption, and outdated infrastructure. Apapa Port alone loses over $55 million annually to delays and inefficiencies. But change is possible, and it's beginning. The problems are layered, old systems, limited coordination, and high levels of manual processing. These inefficiencies ripple through supply chains, raising costs and hurting small businesses. But the consequences stretch beyond the docks. Congestion clogs entire city arteries. Perishable goods spoil. Investors think twice. In today's connected world, an outdated port can cost a nation its future. Fortunately, Nigeria is embracing innovation. New initiatives like the Port Community System, PCs, aim to digitize the entire logistics chain, from vessel arrival notices to cargo clearance. Across Lagos and Calabar, young innovators are crafting apps to reduce turnaround times. Female leaders at the Nigerian Ports Authority are championing reforms. Biometric verification and automated gates are replacing handwritten logs. AI is now being tested to simulate vessel scheduling, while machine learning helps predict cargo flow patterns and optimize resource allocation. These tools aren't science fiction, they're policy solutions waiting to be scaled. But smart ports need smart people. From apprentices to terminal managers, the workforce must evolve. Training in digital logistics, cybersecurity, and AI will be as critical as cranes and forklifts. It's not about replacing jobs, it's about upgrading them. A digital future must be inclusive, offering roles in data analysis, IT maintenance, and automation control for Nigeria's growing youth population. The question is no longer if Nigeria can build smart ports, but whether we can build them fast enough. As global trade evolves, our future is docked at the shoreline. It's time to plug in, train up, and sail ahead. Join us on this journey. Because the smarter the port, the stronger the nation.
For centuries, the ocean has been humanity's constant. It's the lifeblood of our planet, a source of endless beauty, and the engine of global trade. It connects us, feeds us, and regulates our climate. But this magnificent resource is facing unprecedented threats. Pollution, unsustainable practices, and climate change put our planet's most vital ecosystem in peril. This World Maritime Day 2025. The theme, Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, is a powerful reminder. It's a call for us all to act.
Hello everyone, I'm Ubong Essien, founder of the Blue Economy Academy. The maritime sector is the backbone of the global economy, but its future hinges and a fundamental shift in our thinking. The theme for the World Maritime Day 2025, our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity, perfectly frames this crucial moment. First, our ocean. It is a shared heritage. It is not just a collection of water, it is a global ecosystem that sustains millions of jobs, transports over 80% of the world's goods. It is a living, breathing part of who we are. Understanding this is the first step. Next, our obligation. Our duty is clear: to protect and preserve this vital resource. This means embracing sustainable practices, fighting illegal fishing, and reducing marine pollution. At the Blue Economy Academy, we are committed to tackling sea blindness, the lack of awareness about our maritime potential. Our training programs and initiatives are designed to equip people with the knowledge and skills to be responsible stewards of our oceans. It's about building a generation that sees the water not as a barrier, but as a path to prosperity. Finally, our opportunity. This is the most exciting part. By fulfilling our obligation, we unlock immense potential for economic growth and innovation. The Blue Economy is a pathway to a greener future. It includes renewable energy from offshore wind, sustainable aquaculture, and cutting-edge maritime technology. It's about creating jobs, building businesses, and driving economic development in a way that respects the environment. This is the future we are building at the Blue Economy Academy, a future where prosperity and sustainability go hand in hand. So, this World Maritime Day, let's look to the ocean with a renewed sense of purpose. Let's embrace our shared responsibility and seize the incredible opportunities that lie beneath the waves. The future of our planet and our people depends on it. Thank you.
To learn more about the Blue Economy and how you can be a part of this transformative journey, visit our website and follow us on social media.
Life began in the ocean. And perhaps, so will its healing. From cancer drugs to industrial enzymes, the ocean is our greatest untapped pharmacy. Marine biotechnology uses ocean organisms to develop medicine, food, biofuels, and cosmetics. Corals that resist bacteria. Sea slugs that destroy tumors. Seaweed that replaces plastic. It's not science fiction. It's science, deep, blue, and booming. With over 850 kilometers of coastline, Nigeria holds immense biodiversity, yet only 2% of it has been studied for medical or industrial purposes. Startups are emerging, processing native seaweeds, studying marine bacteria, and even developing antiviral compounds. To compete globally, Nigeria must train its future blue scientists, diverse, curious, and bold. Within every drop of seawater are secrets, some that may save lives. Let's decode them together.
Every morning, along Nigeria's 850-kilometer coastline, a ritual begins. Fishermen, some as young as 15, cast off with hope in their nets, but fewer fish return with them each day. A silent crisis is sweeping the West African coast. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated, what we call IUU, fishing is draining life from our oceans. In Nigeria alone, the estimated loss is over $70 million every year. For coastal communities, fish are not just food, they're income, culture, and survival. Yet foreign industrial trawlers, operating with impunity and without permits, vacuum up tons of catch daily, often within waters legally reserved for small-scale fishers. Detecting these ocean crimes isn't easy. The sea offers cover, and many trawlers switch off their tracking systems. But Nigerian authorities are fighting back, with satellite monitoring, coastal radar, and regional cooperation. In 2024 alone, 23 illegal vessels were intercepted. Several were found using banned fishing methods, destroying coral reefs, capturing endangered species, and operating under false identities. The loss isn't only ecological. It's economic and generational. Young people, seeing no future in fishing, leave for cities. Women, who dominate fish processing, face shrinking income. Nutrition suffers as local protein sources dwindle. Nigeria, despite abundant marine resources, now imports a significant portion of its seafood. That's not just inefficient, it's a national security risk. But there is hope, and it starts with people. Community-led patrols are proving effective in deterring poachers. Youth and women are being trained to document illegal activity using mobile technology. At the policy level, Nigeria is updating its fisheries laws, investing in local surveillance capacity, and working with ICAOs to track cross-border violators. There's also growing support for sustainable aquaculture, ensuring supply without harm. The ocean has fed us for generations. But without action, it will grow silent. Together, governments, communities, and consumers, we can defend our waters, restore our fisheries, and build a legacy of abundance. Fish for the future. Because our oceans feed more than our bodies, they feed our future. Beneath the waves, a new frontier awaits, filled with metals that power smartphones, solar panels, and electric cars. But is it a treasure chest or Pandora's box? Across the globe, nations are racing to mine the ocean floor. Cobalt, nickel, rare earth metals, all vital for the green transition, lie hidden under 4,000 meters of pressure and pitch-black silence. Demand for these minerals is soaring. Deep-sea mining could unlock them, at a cost. Nigeria, already a continental energy giant, may soon tap into its underwater mineral wealth. Recent surveys point to rich seabed reserves within our exclusive economic zone. With proper research and strategic governance, seabed mining could diversify our economy and reduce dependence on oil. But the ocean floor is not empty, it's alive. Mining could disrupt fragile ecosystems we barely understand. Species extinction, habitat loss, and sediment clouds could damage ocean life for generations. Critics urge caution. Once disturbed, deep-sea ecosystems may take centuries or forever to recover. Can we mine responsibly? With strict environmental safeguards, marine protected areas, and real-time impact monitoring, Nigeria could set a global benchmark. The debate is not just scientific, it's generational. The decisions we make now will shape the ocean's health and our nation's prosperity for decades. A new kind of fuel is rising from the ocean, a gas so powerful it could transform Nigeria's energy landscape. It's colorless, clean, and made from water. Hydrogen is the universe's most abundant element. When burned, it emits only water vapor. As the world shifts from oil to clean energy, hydrogen is fast becoming the fuel of the future. Ocean-based hydrogen is made using renewable power to split seawater into hydrogen and oxygen, a process called electrolysis. It's green, scalable, and ideal for a country like Nigeria, rich in coastal wind, solar, and tidal energy. Green hydrogen could decarbonize Nigeria's shipping sector, electrify remote communities, and power cleaner industries. Already, universities and startups are piloting projects along the coast. New jobs, clean innovation, and export potential, Nigeria can become a hydrogen hub for Africa.
Preview.
From our oceans, we can fuel our future. The hydrogen revolution is here. Let's make it Nigerian.
In the vast, often treacherous waters of ambition and opportunity, nations seek a guiding light. They search for clarity amidst the fog, and a fixed point when currents shift. Nigeria's blue economy, a boundless sea of potential, navigates these very challenges. We are the lighthouse, unmoved by crashing waves of indifference or the chill of being ignored. We stand. The storm proves the strength of our resolve. We don't wait for applause. Our purpose is to shine for the sake of others. Our light needs no validation. It simply reveals truth. We are built on rock, conviction, knowledge, and the courage of vision, not applause or fleeting trends. Ships come to us. We do not float to meet them. The Blue Economy Academy, with Code Blue as its early warning system, serves as an immovable reference point. We illuminate bearings. We don't pursue tides. Though fixed, we see miles ahead. Rooted in our principle to see a Nigeria that prospers by water, we anticipate, forecast, and lead thought, even when others are blind. We don't compete in the contest of ego or political theater. We are the voice of caution, the eye of foresight. Our clarity is most needed when theirs is most absent. We are always on, even when unseen. Consistency is our character revealed in darkness. Our solitude is not failure. It is insulation for illumination. Long after voyages are forgotten, they remember the light that kept them safe. The Blue Economy Academy and Code. Blue are not moments. They are markers. Your legacy must not change. We are the lighthouse. We need no fleet. We chart no course. But all who journey shall look to us. We will stand. We will shine. And we will not be moved.
Once, these waters were the world's most feared. piracy, theft, fear at sea. But the Nigerian Navy fought back and won. For 3 years, our seas have been calm, piracy defeated, waters secured, the Navy victorious. But calm seas alone are not enough. What next? Empty coasts, idle hands, youths with no trawlers to work on. Security without prosperity is only half a victory. America is a superpower because its security fuels its prosperity, and its prosperity funds its security. Nigeria too must embrace this duality. No arm of our military holds the key more than the Navy. The old battle was pirates, oil thieves, and poachers. The Navy won it. The new battle is poverty on our coasts, wasted blue wealth, stolen futures. This is the blue battle, the battle for prosperity, for jobs, for abundance. Admiral, history will remember not only the battles you won at sea, but the prosperity you unleashed from it.
Green, versatile, and fast-growing, seaweed is nature's gift to the future. And in Nigeria, it's just beginning to bloom. Seaweed requires no fresh water, no fertilizer, and absorbs carbon as it grows. Nourishes soil, feeds fish, replaces plastic, and heals skin. Globally, the seaweed market is worth over $15 billion, and Nigeria's coast is ripe for cultivation. Nigeria's warm, nutrient-rich waters are ideal for seaweed, yet only a handful of farms exist. What's needed? Training, investment, and policy support. From snacks to skincare, seaweed offers rural jobs, green exports, and sustainable growth. With blue finance, youth incubation, and smart aquaculture, Nigeria could become West Africa's seaweed leader.
Each year, over 11 billion tons of goods are transported across oceans. From smartphones to tomatoes, from cars to crude oil, the world sails on ships. But these giants of commerce leave behind a trail of carbon and crisis. In Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation and a coastal powerhouse, our ports are gateways to prosperity. But they are also engines of pollution, responsible for rising emissions and strained urban infrastructure. The maritime shipping industry produces nearly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. That's more than the emissions of Germany or Japan. A single large cargo ship emits as much pollution as 50 million cars. Here in Nigeria, these emissions don't just harm the climate, they choke our cities, burden our healthcare systems, and put vulnerable lives at risk. But the tide is turning. Around the world, ports are embracing cleaner fuels, digital innovations, and green infrastructure. Nigeria is beginning to chart its own path forward. In Lagos, the shift to liquefied natural gas, LNG, as ship fuel is gaining traction. In Rivers State, port authorities are testing electrified cranes. Across the coast, Nigeria's blue economy stakeholders are thinking beyond diesel. Innovation is not imported, it's homegrown. Nigerian universities and startups are developing AI-powered vessel monitoring tools, carbon accounting software, and digital platforms for port operations. The next generation of maritime leaders is learning to code, design, and deploy technology that not only optimizes shipping, but protects our planet. The International Maritime Organization has set an ambitious goal, net zero emissions from shipping by 2050. The world is moving fast. Nigeria must not just follow, but lead. With strategic investment, cross-border collaboration, and the right policy frameworks, Nigeria can become West Africa's hub for clean maritime logistics. Sustainable shipping is more than a global ambition, it's a national imperative. It's about cleaner air for our children, thriving oceans for our communities, and a future that sails with purpose. Join the voyage to decarbonize our seas. Because the journey to a cleaner tomorrow begins with every port we build and every ship we sail. For centuries, coastal communities have lived in harmony with the sea, managing, respecting, sustaining. But that balance is slipping away. Marine policies often come from faraway cities, detached from the rhythms of the tide. Meanwhile, the people who know the sea best are often unheard. Studies show that co-management, shared responsibility between government and locals, leads to stronger enforcement, sustainability, and resilience. In Ibino and Elage, fishers, women processors, and local leaders are setting their own rules, limiting gear, closing spawning zones, and reporting illegal boats. They know that the sea gives only when respected. And when communities feel ownership, enforcement follows. Tools are evolving. Smartphones now track fish stocks. Sea rangers collect data. And fisherwomen use mobile wallets to organize cooperatives. These are not just governance models, they are movements. Proof that sustainability grows stronger when rooted in culture. Governments may draw borders, but stewardship begins at the shoreline. When coastal voices lead, the sea listens, and so should we.
The ocean isn't just water. It's Africa's next trillion-dollar frontier. Are you an executive, policymaker, entrepreneur, or ambitious professional ready to unlock ocean wealth? Introducing the Mastering the Blue Economy, an executive intensive by Blue Economy Academy, your gateway to robust ocean literacy, strategic insights, and leadership excellence.
Nigeria consumes over 3 million metric tons of fish each year, but produces barely half of that. And with wild catch dwindling, what comes next? Across the globe, aquaculture, farming fish instead of catching them, is reshaping food systems. In Nigeria, it's becoming not just an option, but a necessity. Catfish, tilapia, shrimps, these staples are now increasingly farmed in tanks, ponds, and cages. Today, aquaculture contributes 40% of local fish supply. But it's still not enough. The challenges are real. Poor water quality, rising feed costs, and a lack of cold storage plague smallholders. Many lack access to capital or modern training. But innovation is bubbling up. Startups are bringing IoT sensors, mobile diagnostics, and digital marketplaces to fish farmers, boosting yields and reducing risk. Fish is more than food, it's a source of protein, jobs, and resilience. It prevents malnutrition, empowers women, and supports millions of livelihoods. By supporting gender-inclusive fish farming, Nigeria can lift families out of poverty and nourish future generations. To feed tomorrow, we must farm the sea today. Aquaculture is not just about growing fish, it's about growing futures. Clean, climate-smart, and community-led. The next seafood revolution will not come from the ocean floor, it will rise from Nigeria's ponds, tanks, and mines. For years, a silent war was fought in our waters. A fight against pirates, saboteurs, and criminals who threatened our nation's economic lifeblood. This is the story of a force that stood ready. A navy that answered the call. The Nigerian Navy has won the first half of the victory. Through unwavering resolve, piracy in the Gulf of Guinea has been defeated, winning us international acclaim. We have brought calm seas to our nation. But calm seas without thriving coasts is only half a victory. The next battle is not with fire, but with focus. A battle to transform the Navy's security win into Nigeria's prosperity. To win this battle, we must change our strategy. From security as a cost to security as a product. This is the purpose of NIPOL, Nigeria's first national prosperity coalition. It is a Navy-led doctrine, an architecture for immediate action where security becomes the bedrock of investment confidence. NIPOL is a strategic handshake between the war room and the boardroom. It moves beyond the silos of marine and shipping to bring in every sector that touches our seas. Consider our vision for blue cities. Nigeria has 853 kilometers of coastline and 8 littoral states brimming with untapped potential. The private sector is ready to invest billions in coastal resorts and infrastructure, but they need an assurance no other institution can provide. NIPOL is that assurance. It is the platform where the Navy provides the security and state governors provide the access, allowing the private sector to deliver the prosperity. This is how the Navy gets a seat at the table from the very beginning, ensuring seamless security planning while simultaneously generating revenue, creating millions of jobs, and revitalizing our coastal communities. Admiral, the tides of our national destiny are changing. For the first time, a dedicated ministry and a national policy have given us the mandate to act. The space is open. This is the moment to pivot the Navy from a guardian of our waters to the guarantor of our prosperity. This is the legacy that awaits your leadership.
Nigeria takes a bold step toward ocean intelligence and economic diversification as the nation's first dedicated broadcast platform for the maritime sector. Blue Economy TV, BETV, officially launches in Lagos with a mission to eliminate sea blindness and turn the nation's 853-kilometer coastline into a hub of prosperity. The launch marks a new era for practitioners and policymakers alike. The atmosphere at the Blue Economy Academy in Ikoyi was one of high expectations as industry giants, media practitioners, and government officials gathered for the historic unveiling of Blue Economy TV. The event kicked off with a stirring address by the founder of the Blue Economy Academy, Ubong Essien, CSP.
Without maritime, even the oil we have would not be exportable for us to bring in our petrodollars. Shipping and all of that, while we have done that for decades, it is now time to explore all of the other elements that make up the ecosystem. So you have blue talent. For some of you in HR, there's room for you to play there. We have blue power.
a former media practitioner and maritime expert, emphasized that while maritime is a sector, the blue economy is an entire ecosystem that Nigeria is yet to fully harvest. Our mission is to see a Nigeria that prospers by water. From Badagry to Bakassi, we have been sea blind for too long. BETV is here to provide knowledge you can use, viewing our politics, our finance, and our future through a blue prism. The vision for the station includes flagship programs like Blue Money Nigeria and a maritime version of Journalist Hangouts, designed to drive policy and connect the Blue Corridor states across the Federation. The special advisor to the governor of Lagos State on the blue economy, Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, who was the special guest of honor, described the launch as the sound of abundance. He noted that Lagos, with over 180 kilometers of coastline, stands as the ground zero for this movement.
So today indeed marks a shift. The launch of the Blue Economy TV is not just the unveiling of a platform, but it's the awakening of a consciousness, a realization that our waters are not barriers, but they are bridges, not limits, but they are lifelines, not just scenery, but strategy. Because within these waters lie jobs for our youth, food security through fisheries and aquaculture, mobility solutions through water transport, investment opportunities in tourism, ports, and marine services, and pathways to environmental sustainability and climate resilience.
Our waters are not barriers, they are bridges. Within them lie jobs for our youth, food security, and renewable energy. Transformation must first happen in the minds of the people, and Blue Economy TV is the awakening of that consciousness. A highlight of the event was a high-tech digital display showcasing how AI, satellite, and smart sensors will be used to monitor Nigeria's oceans. This was followed by the official cutting of the ribbon, symbolizing the commissioning of the BETV studio. The special advisor was also honored with a leadership award in recognition of his commitment to advancing maritime strategy in Lagos State. As guests networked at the Blue Economy Academy, the message was clear. The blue battle is no longer just about fighting piracy, but about fighting poverty through the wealth of the sea.
Blue Economy Academy prosper by water?
Recent times I've been asked, Ubong, why did you start the Blue Economy Academy? I mean, given that I had a 3-year stint working in the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency as a special advisor on strategy to the chief executive. And that gave me a multitude of experience. It gave me a multitude of exposure as well, and not to talk about acquired expertise at undoubtedly the highest level of maritime administration, working with the Apex Maritime Regulatory Agency. And one thing that I kept seeing time and again is that this nation is truly blessed. And when you look at our coastline from Badagry in Lagos to Bakassi, say at the Cross River end, it's amazing what 853 kilometers of coastline can do. I like to call it the kiss of the Atlantic.
The Blue Economy Academy was founded to eliminate sea blindness and help Nigeria harness its ocean-driven opportunities through education, engagement, advocacy, and awareness. We champion the 10 buckets of the Blue Economy, a framework designed to transform Nigeria's blue resources into a major driver of national prosperity. The Blue Economy Academy executes its mission through 4 core pillars: awareness and public engagement.
No nation could be more fortunate in this part of the world than Nigeria is. So we are, by design, meant to be a nation driven by the blue economy. So in answering their question based on this combination of factors, my answer is that we see a country that should prosper by water. Absolutely. And that's really what is at the heart of our vision at the Blue Economy Academy. We envision a country that ought to be prospering by its waters. Now, keep in mind that within the hinterlands of the country, within the country itself, you have about 20 states that can be easily, or that can be connected by water. We have rivers, we have lakes, various water bodies. And that tells us that we also have within our inland waterways a blue corridor. Absolutely, a blue corridor, because in my view, what you have across our coastline, our ocean, we need to get Nigerians to understand. And that's what's at the heart of the Blue Economy Academy, to eliminate sea blindness and to elevate ocean-based opportunities through increased engagement and awareness and advisory and advocacy, so that we can begin to see our ocean not just as a boundary, but as an actual economic frontier, littered, embedded with unbelievable economic possibilities, opportunities waiting to be tapped by Nigerians and for Nigeria. That is what the Blue Economy Academy is committed to achieving. Prosper by water. For us, it is more than just a mantra. It is the essence of what we see in Nigeria and how we see Nigeria prospering through our waters.
Making the blue economy a mainstream conversation to eliminate sea blindness education, and capacity building, equipping individuals and organizations with the skills needed to thrive in ocean-driven industries. Advocacy and policy support, engaging policymakers, regulators, and industry leaders to shape supportive policies for sustainable maritime development. Footage, high-level meetings, industry conferences, and speeches. Investment and enterprise development, connecting entrepreneurs, financiers, and investors to unlock economic potential within Nigeria's blue sector. Blue Economy Academy, prosper by water.
Time administration working with the Apex Maritime Regulatory Agency. And one thing that I kept seeing time and again is that this nation is truly blessed. And when you look at our coastline from Badagry in Lagos to Bakassi, say at the Cross River end, it's amazing what 853 kilometers of coastline can do. I like to call it the kiss of the Atlantic.
The Blue Economy Academy was founded to eliminate sea blindness and help Nigeria harness its ocean-driven opportunities through education, engagement, advocacy, and awareness. We champion the 10 buckets of the blue economy, a framework designed to transform Nigeria's blue resources into a major driver of national prosperity. The Blue Economy Academy executes its mission through 4 core pillars: awareness and public engagement.
No nation could be more fortunate in this part of the world than Nigeria is. So we are, by design, meant to be a nation driven by the blue economy. So in answering their question based on this combination of factors, my answer is that we see a country that should prosper by water. Absolutely. And that's really what is at the heart of our vision at the Blue Economy Academy. We envision a country that ought to be prospering by its waters. Now, keep in mind that within the hinterland of the country, within the country itself, you have about 20 states that can be easily, or that can be connected by water. We have rivers, we have lakes, various water bodies. And that tells us that we also have within our inland waterways a blue corridor. Absolutely, a blue corridor, because in my view, what you have across our coastline, our ocean, we need to get Nigerians to understand. And that's what's at the heart of the Blue Economy Academy, to eliminate sea blindness and to elevate ocean-based opportunities through increased engagement and awareness and advisory and advocacy, so that we can begin to see our ocean not just as a boundary, but as an actual economic frontier, littered, embedded with unbelievable economic possibilities, opportunities waiting to be tapped by Nigerians and for Nigeria. That is what the Blue Economy Academy is committed to achieving. Prosper by water. For us, it is more than just a mantra. It is the essence of what we see in Nigeria and how we see Nigeria prospering through our waters.
Making the blue economy a mainstream conversation to eliminate sea blindness, education and capacity building, equipping individuals and organizations with the skills needed to thrive in ocean-driven industries, advocacy and policy support, engaging policymakers, regulators, and industry leaders to shape supportive policies for sustainable maritime development. Footage, high-level meetings, industry conferences, and speeches. Investment and enterprise development, connecting entrepreneurs, financiers, and investors to unlock economic potential within Nigeria's blue sector.
I'm Martina Perry New Beach from Nigerian Shippers Council South Zone Coordinating Office. The retreat so far has been so eye-opening, and especially today's topic from the Mr. S.N. Ubong, eloquent speaking, has been so eye-opening. It has impacted us positively and have given us a guide on how to go about being an emperor and a lot more. We appreciate it so much and we wish to have more of this kind of sort of training. Thank you.
Medantia Susan Shahoma, and the training was very insightful, very engaging. I learned a lot in terms of the importance of actually shifting my mindset from doing things the regular way to actually thinking outside the box. It was a very interesting class for me, and I would say my biggest take home is the fact that we can actually do things differently. Even though we might have been used to doing things the conventional way, we can actually make a decision to do things in a different way and still get better results. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Ogugbemi Idowu Samuel. A big thanks to the facilitator who has impacted knowledge. We've been encouraged to set a timely goal to drive the council's image and also to shape the public opinion by setting a strong agenda for the public. We have also been encouraged to invest in improving some of our skills, which has to do with speaking skills, writing skills, and also to ensure we improve on our capacity to timely delivery of public relations services. And according to him, he said it is time we look at the opportunity in harnessing the greatness in the strategy of public relations, that is relying on some platforms to drive the council's goal and to also ensure we sustain mutual understanding with the public. And there are some means and strategies to do that, which has been highlighted. And trust me, as a result of this great discussion, we'll take it and we'll implement it so that at the end of the day, we achieve a strong goal, a strong image with the public, and also improve on the council's reputation. Thank you.
My name is Zainab Momon Blakos, Public Relations Officer, Kaduna Port Office. I enjoyed today's lectures. It was very interactive. Personally, my take home is the dynamic shift, how we think from not the normal thinking we always think every day, thinking of something new, what we use to sustain the image of the council and how to that sustainability of the image. And also what I also took was what if, the question of what if, always sitting down to think, what will happen? Thank you.
So we are here today on the first day of a 5-day course on port security, and more in particular on the training of port security officers that the European Union is funding through the project Scope Africa. Well, we are one of many projects that the European Union is funding in the Gulf of Guinea. And we are taking care of ports, and within ports we are focusing on safety and security topics. And we are in Nigeria working with the National Ports Authority and with NIMASA, who are both participating in this training session. Well, the purpose is that international standards and norms, amongst others in port security, are to be strengthened. And this training session will strengthen the way of working and the best practices in the field of related to port security. And that's why we are assisting NPA and NIMASA with this training session, which is part of a longer cycle of capacity building topics that we will develop together with NPA and NIMASA in the next couple of years. ISPS is an obligation for any country, working with the International Maritime Organization and with ports and with port facilities. So the outcome of this training will be a more comprehensive approach and a better understanding of today's security issues in ports and terminals.
The European Union have a specific project geared towards aiding West and Central African countries to improve on their port security through the ISPS framework. And over the years, they have done some evaluations to determine the level of implementation of ISPS around the ports in West Africa and Central Africa. And following those evaluations, they have identified the need to support African countries with training in order to be able to improve the level of implementation. And this is one of the many trainings they have been organizing in the past. BRICS is privileged to be chosen as one of the facilitator for this specific training, which is training 25 port facility security officers. So the ISPS is a security framework for port facilities and ships. Reason being that the ships are the vehicles that interface with the port facilities. And it is concerned with making sure that shipping globally is secured to prevent terrorists from taking advantage of shipping to perpetuate terrorist activities. And so everyone working in the ports, not just the port authorities themselves, be it customs, immigration, NDLEA, port health, every agent, shipping companies, everyone that work around the port to some extent. The IMO model courses have made provisions for training for people that will work within the port facility. There are people with specific duties, there are specific responsibilities that have been identified, such as the ship security officer and the port facility security officer. They have their training. But it's expected that for them to be able to implement these measures, that people are aware, people that work in the port facilities are aware. And so there is another course called Port Facility Security Awareness, as well as the Ship Security Awareness course programs, which I encourage everyone working in the port, all agencies of government that have one or two things to do in the port to ensure that their officers undergo this training before deploying them to the port for their various duties.
So this is my first time having this training as a port security officer, this port security facility officers training, and I'll tell you that we appreciate it so much because it's been very difficult getting this training done by the organization, as so many requests have been made, but as bottlenecks in the maritime sector and in the maritime agencies go like, and yeah, it's a good one. And what I've benefited from this training, for instance, is that it's well packaged and it covers all aspects of the ISPS code, starting with all the relevant sections of maritime security in the maritime industry. So it's important that this training is done, as we've been able to learn so much already about the ISPS code and how to become a port facility security officer. Yeah, we would like to have training on how to do proper port facility security assessment, port facility security plans, as well as things like budget training, where you can go offshore and do such relevant trainings. Yeah. I think those will also improve our job, as well as when you have more stakeholders, such as other government agencies, can participate in this kind of training to ensure that everybody is brought on board and can work together in synergy at the port to make it a safer place. So I think that can help in that light.
Port of Antwerp Bruges International is a global port developer, so which means I quite operate within the port ecosystem, and this training is about capacity building for the white-collar staff of the port. So when the opportunity came for Nigeria to have a feel or a grab of the program, which European Union is currently running in some other African countries as well, so we're able to do the needful to make sure that Nigeria is a beneficiary, and that is why today the program is being kicked off with the training sections in collaboration with MPA and NIMASA. Today's phase of the training program is solely about the ISPS code within the port environment. But beyond that, the program is running for 4 years. We started in 2025, which is the inaugural phase and all of that. So now, till the end of the program, there are other trainings that will obviously come up to build capacity of the white-collar staff of the port. It's no financial cost to Nigerian government, at no financial cost to MPA or NIMASA. So why not, if we can have it? Yeah, it's adding to our port staff capacity on the job. So why not have it if we can have it? So like the other phase of the project will be taking care of the firefighters and the rest of it. So various segments of the port. So if we can have it for free and somebody is paying for it, it's okay, we have it. That's my opinion.
I'm Martina Perry Beach from Nigerian Shippers Council South Zone Coordinating Office. The retreat so far has been so eye-opening, and especially today's topic from the Mr. SN Ubong, eloquent speaking, has been so eye-opening. It has impacted us positively and have given us a guide on how to go about being an emperor and a lot more. We appreciate it so much, and we wish to have more of this kind of sort of training. Thank you.
Madam dear Susan Shahoma, and the training was very insightful, very engaging. I learned a lot in terms of the importance of actually shifting my mindset from doing things the regular way to actually thinking outside the box. It was a very interesting class for me, and I would say my biggest take home is the fact that we can actually do things differently. Even though we might have been used to doing things the conventional way, we can actually make a decision to do things in a different way and still get better results. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Ogugbemi Idowu Samuel. A big thanks to the facilitator who has impacted knowledge. We've been encouraged to set a timely goal to drive the council's image and also to shape the public opinion by setting a strong agenda for the public. We have also been encouraged to invest in improving some of our skills, which has to do with speaking skills, writing skills, and also to ensure we improve on our capacity to timely delivery of public relations services. And according to him, he said it is time we look at the opportunity in harnessing the greatness in the strategy of public relations, that is relying on some platforms to drive the council's goal and to also ensure we sustain mutual understanding with the public. And there are some means and strategies to do that, which has been highlighted. And trust me, as a result of this great discussion, we'll take it and we'll implement it so that at the end of the day, we achieve a strong goal, a strong image with the public, and also improve on the council's reputation. Thank you.
My name is Zainab Momon Blakos, Public Relations Officer, Kaduna Port Office. I enjoyed today's lectures. It was very interactive. Personally, my take home is the dynamic shift, how we think from not the normal thinking we always think every day, thinking of something new, what we use to sustain the image of the council, and how to that sustainability of the image. And also what I also took was what if, the question of what if, always sitting down to think, what will happen? Thank you.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Darren Phillips, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on LSDPC matters.
So we all know that public speaking is also tough. It's not just about speaking, it's also about handling tough situations. So I want to ask, why do you think people fear public speaking?
Well, with what I've learned, public speaking, the issues most people encounter is the fact that they are thinking of how they look. They're thinking of what they're saying. They're thinking of themselves in that situation. But once you step out of that mindset and start thinking of what the people are going to benefit from that conversation, the knowledge you're going to spread, the information you're going to give them, once you make that shift happen, it completely dissolves that fear, because then it's not about you and you're just focused on passing that message across and getting people to understand what you're saying.
That was really beautiful. So I want to also ask, with the way digital economy is evolving, how do you think public speaking plays a role in the success of businesses in this digital era?
I mean, with this digital era, especially the era of social media, everybody's concerned. Everybody's essentially a public speaker, because with your phone, you can talk to the world. That access has never happened anywhere in the world. But this time period, you have the voice, you have the platform to be able to talk to the world, which is the reason why most people should, not only learn public speaking, but communication. It's such an important and useful skill that you just have to engage in, you have to perfect, you have to constantly practice to get ahead in this digital world.
Okay, thank you so very much, and thank you for your time. Have a lovely day ahead.
Thank you so much.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Darren Phillips, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on LSDPC matters.
So we all know that public speaking is also tough. It's not just about speaking, it's also about handling tough situations. So I want to ask, why do you think people fear public speaking?
Well, with what I've learned, public speaking, the issues most people encounter is the fact that they are thinking of how they look. They're thinking of what they're saying. They're thinking of, themselves in that situation. But once you step out of that mindset and start thinking of what the people are going to benefit from that conversation, the knowledge you're going to spread, the information you're going to give them, once you make that shift happen, it completely dissolves that fear, because then it's not about you and you're just focused on passing that message across and getting people to understand what you're saying.
That was really beautiful. So I want to also ask, with the way digital economy is evolving, how do you think public speaking plays a role in the success of businesses in this digital era?
I mean, with this digital era, especially the era of social media, everybody's concerned. Everybody's essentially a public speaker, because with your phone, you can talk to the world. That access has never happened anywhere in the world. But this time period, you have the voice, you have the platform to be able to talk to the world, which is the reason why most people should, not only learn public speaking, but communication. It's such an important and useful skill that you just have to engage in, you have to perfect, you have to constantly practice to get ahead in this digital world.
Okay, thank you so very much, and thank you for your time. Have a lovely day ahead.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing okay. You look good, by the way, and congrats on your induction, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, can we know you, please?
Okay, my name is Dr. Lanra Tegbero.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm into real estate. I own a real estate company here in VI. We're into real estate agency, management, development, and all.
Okay, so I want to ask you how public speaking has played a role in you pitching to clients or trying to pitch for a position or something in the real estate industry.
Oh well, public speaking is, it's part of our daily activities because for you to market whatever product you have to speak with people, and you have to speak with them in a way they will understand to be ready to deal. Otherwise, it might be a put off if you can convey your information politely and accurately. So public speaking is part of our business.
Okay, so do you have any special skill that you use to grasp the attention of audience or clients?
Talk of that, well, that would be about the way I manage my clients in terms of the disposition. You know, you give them this aura that will make them welcome to you and they will be ready to do business with you, which is what I think I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
I endeared my clients to me.
I see that already.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, sir. Have a lovely day.
You're welcome. Thanks. You too. Bye.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Nice to meet you.
Hey, my name is Comfort.
My name is Kenny Wankwa. I'm a real estate agent, broker, and I'm also the Young Professionals Council president of FIAPSHI.
Wow, that's really nice. So I want to ask how public speaking plays a role in building trust and credibility in the real estate industry as you have to market land, apartments, and properties. How do you build trust and credibility with public speaking?
Okay, I would say that public speaking is, I think, one of the best skills you can have. You can be underqualified, and if you speak well, people will in their mind they'll qualify you higher. So I think it plays a role from the standpoint of communicating accurately, clearly, succinctly, makes people trust you more. It makes you sound more like you know what you're talking about, and people prefer to deal with people in this, especially in this environment where there's like a huge trust deficit, especially in this country. When you speak well and you communicate the information and relay the information accurately and clearly and efficiently, it definitely buys you a great deal of trust. People are more likely to take you on your word more when you speak well. It helps you convey your message. If there's a value proposition that isn't obvious, being a well-spoken person and understanding public speaking can help you relay that in a way. And then also from the standpoint of diversity, being able to speak the various dialects people speak. Like I know, for example, I've had many situations where I'm dealing with like a local chief who is like, on Manilas and stuff and trying to broker some kind of deal, and that your eloquent university speak doesn't work there. Then you go to that guy and you speak the language that he speaks, which is its own form of public speaking. Like in Nigerian politics, you want to do a town hall in your local government. You're probably not going to do it in university English. So definitely that skill is huge in buying trust and, like credibility and cachet with people.
Really wonderful. Thank you very much for your time and have a lovely day ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Good day, sir.
Good day, good afternoon, you're welcome.
Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Eseto Abdegani Jimo, a member of the FIAPSHI family. I'm into real estate, though practice in the northern part of Nigeria, that is precisely Abuja, Kaduna, and Kano, respectively. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I want to ask you how public speaking has helped you when speaking in public and how you handle tough questions or objections during public speaking.
Public speaking, I think, though I would say as the public relation officer, that's the PRO, Kaduna State branch of the Nigerian Institute of Survey and Valuers, I would say I speak more in the public, and that has kind of like built my confidence when communicating with people, seeking people's opinion and making your own opinions, getting across your own opinion to others as well. And speaking in public, I think it goes a long way. Apart from the talent, it also has to do with training. It also has to do with learning and other skills involved.
Okay. So I want to also ask, do you think public speaking is inbuilt or you can actually learn it, or it is like natural, like a talent?
Yes. Number one, there are those with that talent, so we can say it's inbuilt. However, apart from the inbuilt silence, I can categorically say it has to do with learning also. Because for you to be able to speak in public, you need to first of all identify the kind of public you want to discuss with and the kind of event you want to speak, you want to kind of go into. Is it a formal event? Is it a semi-formal event or an informal event? Because that will guide you in your way of communication, in your way of processing your ideas to the people on, so let me say to the attendees, those who are present at such events. So it also has to do with learning also and training for you to be able to kind of communicate with people effectively.
Thank you so very much for your time. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. And I can say I want to use the opportunity also to thank the CEO of Achievement Channel. And why I said it is that today it's because I also speak in public also. It kind of like give me another dimension to mode of speakings, because first of all, apart from we all understand that you need to kind of like introduce your theme, you need to introduce your topic, it's also give me another perspective which has to do with involvement, which has to do with engagement. Because without the engagement, even speaking in public has a long way to go. Yes, because seriously today, this afternoon, I've also learned some things. Because I have to take my pen and pick my pad to take one or two things down, because it gave me an idea that when trying to introduce your topic, apart from the fact that you need to read your audience, it also has to do with bringing facts from the background of what your topic is, and try to use that background to base what's your topic inside, which has to do with training. Yes, it has to do with training, and that's very good. At least I've learned one or two things from him. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Good day, sir. Can I know you, please?
Well, my name is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Honorable Ayodeji Ejalonibo Amodu. I'm currently the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. Governor, Mr. Celebu, Mr. Infrastructure, Mr. Housing, where I am, of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State.
Okay, that's really nice. So I just want to ask you a question. So as a leader in the real estate industry, I want to ask how public speaking has influenced your success in the real estate industry.
Well, thank you very much. To say the fact, I love public speaking because I had a stint with public speaking, because at some point I had a degree in public relations and advertising. And if you actually study public relations, that was at a postgraduate level at Nigerian Institute of Journalism. That back then, about 2000, about 25 years ago, in public relations, it's a course you actually take, public speaking. And public speaking helps you to actually express yourself. It gives you some sense of expression.
Yeah, Chief Dr. Sita Chukwu is my name, the National Coordinator of Save Nigeria Freight Forwarders, Importers and Exporters Coalition, and at the same time the Chairman, International Freight Forwarders Association.
Okay, so as a stakeholder in the maritime industry, how do you think the 24-hour operation policy would sustain the economy? And do you believe it will work effectively and efficiently in Nigeria?
It works in many other countries. I don't know why it cannot work in Nigeria. What only that can make it to work in Nigeria is having what we call efficient security. One, and efficient economic driven, technical economic driven. And two, sincerity and transparency in the system. So because one thing that you could understand in Nigeria is that not that we are not professionally being brought up to do this work, not that we don't have the sense to do the work, but the problem we have, I don't know where it's coming from. Nigeria has been a place that one thing is being discussed every year, is never getting well.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Chukwumeke. I'm the Secretary Custom Consultative Committee, CCC, and Head of Research, Empowerment Research Center. So,
in regards to the 24-hour port operation, how do you think this will impact the economy and also sustain the community close to the port areas?
24 hours port operation, to say the other way around, activities within the port and outside the port and port community will be on. No sleeping, no moment. That's the simple way to put it. So we are saying, is it a norm, a practicable norm outside the globe? The answer is yes. So if other ports of the world are traveling 24/7, non-stop, why must Nigerian ports sleep after 6 o'clock in the evening? That's not ideal. So in as much as the terminal operators are receiving cargo, discharging cargo from vessels, and at the same time, stacking them, at the same time loading for vessels to go out, nothing stops the freight forwarders from coming on to take their cargo at any given time. So government have to make a serious pronouncement and follow it with action, implementation plan. Government must say this is an economic regulator, an ombudsman that will raise the red card or yellow card to a reporting person. Shipping line must open up itself totally to automation so that we can leverage on them. Bank will not go sleepy, right? Custom gates are open and their system should be functioning 24/7.
Assistant Controller of Customs, Oyo Oladipo, in Nigerian Customs Service.
Okay, so what role do you think the custom plays in implementing the 24-hour port operation service?
Customs plays a pivotal role and a major role in 24 hours clearance, because definitely that anything that comes into the country must come through our borders, and of course when they come through our borders we have to do our proper security check, and part of our core function is making sure that there's revenue generation and substandard goods are not coming into the country, and as well to tackle smuggling activities.
I'm Captain Sunday Omoren, the Secretary General of the Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control for West and Central African Region, popularly called the Abuja MOU.
Okay. So I wanted to ask what you think should be the role of stakeholders and policymakers in implementing the 24-hour port operation.
Okay, as I highlighted in my presentation, the starting point is for the policymakers, which is the government, to have that law in place that yes, you can conduct your operation within in a 24 hours cycle. So for you to actually start, you must have the backing of the law. So once you have that done, the next thing is to have the maritime. We have what we actually call the maritime cluster. The maritime is not an isolated profession to which you have one group, like probably customs, standing there saying, I'm the boss. Absolutely not. It is called a maritime cluster because it's a collective company of people that work together for it to be successful. Yes, if everybody is ready for 24 hours operation and custom is not ready, it will not work. If everybody is ready, the pilots are not ready, it will not work. So everybody must come to that agreement. Recall I said something about capacity building. So staff must be trained in readiness for that operation for it to be successful. There could be an emergency at night. So the hospital people, the emergency team must also be on ground. So all the stakeholders just have to work. You know what we normally will say, all hands on deck, is actually what you need for the 24 hours operation to be successful.
My name is Daniel Dibe. I'm the Deputy Chief Operating Officer for Lekki Deep Sea Port.
Okay, so I want to ask what you think is the benefit of the implementation of the 24-hour port operation in the Lekki Deep Sea Port services and operations.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very important. Basically, everything around the port is about time, right? Measurement of port performance is around how fast you transact, how fast you service. So having the full complements of the total number of hours in a day, it's important, right? And again, for the shipping lines, they have to meet their schedule. So they have to be operated 24 hours of the day, alongside cargo clearance, availability of this cargo to the importer. They have to be able to get their cargo within the hours of the day. So restricting any form of port operations to less than 24 hours creates inefficiency, congestion, and makes it more expensive to move cargo. Yeah.
My name is Mark Walsh. I'm the Executive Director of Operations of E&L Consortium, Apapa.
Okay, so I wanted to ask the benefits of the private sector, like a terminal operation like the E&L, in achieving the 24-hour port operation.
Okay, for us, I mean, it's very beneficial to us and our customers to be able to work 24 hours a day. It's in a situation that we've achieved over the years, but at the moment now we are working 24/7. Our customers are able to take delivery, and we discharge the vessels in the port.
Okay, so are there any challenges so far, and what do you think could be the preferred solution?
Well, the challenges is that the basic infrastructures, roads, lighting, are problems that are faced by all the terminals. And those things need to be done in this new port modernization that's going on. We need to be able to have good access in and out of the port and secured access in and out of the port.
My name is Ahmed Ogunshola, and I am General Manager at Trade Modernization Project Limited.
I wanted to ask, with the implementation of the 24-hour port operation, what role do you think the private sector can play in actualizing this goal?
It's a very interesting question. We are a private sector organization, and we're currently implementing a public-private partnership with the federal government of Nigeria, specifically to modernize Nigeria Customs Service. In that context, the private sector can be a very, very strong partner with the government in achieving and actualizing 24-hour operation at the ports. And that's where we come in. And what the private sector essentially does, and what we're very good at, is one, raising the necessary investments that are required for 24-hour port operations, galvanizing the required technical expertise for that to happen, and also reaching out across the world for partners that we can collaborate with and work with to come into the sector. Nigeria Ports is already connected around the world.
Oversight, interagency coordination, and delivering real value to Nigerians, not just on paper, but on the water, and in the lives of those most affected.
Let's explore that next. What does this policy mean for maritime governance, industry players, and the Nigerian economy at large? For me, there has always been this high expectation, anticipation for a better maritime industry that is propelled by policy that encourages foreign investment and the growth of local economy. What are your expectations? What do you foresee with this 10-year, 1 decade policy coming into our maritime space?
Okay, I think first I will just say congratulations to Nigeria and congratulations to the marine and blue economy, because this had been anticipated for a very long time. In fact, for as long as 20 years back, 15 years ago, they were talking about signing, approving a policy that would drive the marine and blue economy. 10 years they were talking about it, 5 years ago they were talking about it, but good enough we now have it today. I think it's not just about getting it signed, approved is one thing. We must begin to look at the nitty-gritty. What are people expecting since the policy has been signed? What should be done by who, at what time, and then what should be the outcome? Policy, fine. We've now, the marine and blue economy has been given a framework with which it can work, with which a lot of things can be driven. So I would think that industry stakeholders should begin to put before each task what should be done. They should begin to look at processes. A policy has been signed, a framework has been made. So what should be plugged into where? For example, let's talk about tourism. That how well will this policy drive tourism and then be able to sustain good, rich, and valuable tourism? It would be of great deal for stakeholders and even stakeholders generally, as in people who have their private practice, people who have private operations, those in public operations as well, to look at what an agency such as NIWA is doing. Because if you talk about tourism, Nigeria has quite a lot. The potential is huge, but we see the challenges of accidents happening, boat mishap happening from time to time. I think
that's a safety issue anyway.
It's a safety issue, but it's still a huge part of tourism. People should be able to have the confidence of going on tour, for example, from a place like CMS across to places like Takwa Bay.
Calabar.
In fact, that's even far. People want to move from CMS to Takwa Bay and other coastal areas where they can actually go and have a good time. But how confident are they if they hear these issues of boat mishap every day? So if it's going to drive tourism, if Nigeria is going to have quite a lot of gain from the policy backing tourism, then it will be expedient for the issues of safety using the inland waters to be addressed.
Fine, tourism is good, but before now I've also observed a kind of disconnect between the federal government and the states, talking about cascading maritime policy implementation down the line.
Okay.
We have about 21 states, if not more, that have body of waters or that are linked by waters. And with that 21 states, you could imagine the vast potential you stand to enjoy from it, coming from maritime transport. That's just one aspect. Tourism, which is backed by adequate security.
Yeah.
Fishing. You see, fishing is one big pond of opportunity that Nigeria is yet to fully tap into, because I see mostly Indians and Chinese dominating that aspect.
In fact, I was going to say that yes. if you are going to talk about fishing or fisheries, generally,
Nigerians are like less than 10% participating
in that sector.
So I hope this policy will be able to
protect local businesses in the fisheries sector.
Inclusivity of Nigerians in the fishing sector. Because the value chain from the fishing sector is such that it can generate more jobs than we can imagine.
I think if stemming from that angle, it will be of great importance and a necessity to look at how foreign companies come to plunge the fishes in our waters. At least they have now, there's a policy, they have guidelines as to what area, what limits they could go in carrying out their fishing exploits. But we have seen it over time how locals around coastal areas have cried out about not being able to fish any longer because they can't find any fishes. You have people who have their trawlers come in and they sweep the belly of the sea. They sweep out everything, and the locals who don't have such a kind of equipment to do their fishing, they are just left without anything.
The challenges in that sector are headed. I have a personal experience.
Okay.
I traveled to Ibaka, the place they proposed to have a deep sea port in Akwa Ibom State.
Okay.
And I saw that the large number of fishers in that place were from Ghana. Yes. While the Akwa Ibomites, we should maximize their proximity to water with the Cameroonian maritime border to Nigeria, which is vast economic potential. We're not doing it, but rather they were taking tolls, like taking Omonile money from the fishermen who came from Ghana. In addition to that, I also saw moribund fishing infrastructure that has been abandoned.
In fact,
Ebugu. Yes. There's what we call the Ebugu fishing terminal. I saw it.
I was going to say that.
That was a Shagari creation.
That fishing terminal, in fact, you can't talk about developing or growing the fishing sector without mentioning the importance and the need for the revamping of a fishing terminal. The one in Ebugu, like you said, used to at least create jobs for no fewer than 5,000 people, even more, but that had been there, that fishing terminal had been there forever since. It would be of great good for first the locals and then the industry as a whole, for such terminals to be revamped so that the locals can have that first, strength of nearness, or in fact being in their very environment to explore the potentials that fishing can give to them economically.
In fact, as a maritime country, Nigeria should have no business with poverty. Let alone being called the poverty capital of the world. That in itself is an insult.
It is.
So I want to believe that this policy will change the narrative and will make Nigerians maximize the advantage and potentials inherent in the waters.
I've been still talking about fishing and the need for a fishing terminal. NITOA had also fought for like some 3 years ago on the need for federal government, because there had been promises to develop a fishing terminal in Kirikiri. But I think like 3 years ago, NITOA also still cried out to say the very site, the location that was allocated or that was being discussed, discussions were being held for NITOA to have the fishing terminal, had been taken over by another investment. Since this policy has come in, can the federal government actually take a look at that? Even if that same location is no longer available, it will be of great good to have a fishing terminal, a workable fishing terminal that can provide everything that will support the development and the growth of fishing in this part of the country.
Let's look at maritime transportation.
Yeah.
Do you know that pre-independence Nigeria, people were traveling by water from Calabar to Lagos?
In fact, as late as 2018, 2019, people were still doing quite a lot, traveling by the inland waters from Lagos to, you said, Calabar. In fact, people were still traveling from Lagos here, from CMS, the marina, to Badagry, and even going as far as Ghana.
See?
Going to Tema. They were going to Tema.
Why don't we have crafts, ferries, cruise boats? Because if you talk of maritime, there's also linkage with tourism. You can decide to go on a fun expedition, traveling by water from Lagos to Calabar. This policy also needs to give reassurance of security.
I mentioned that earlier.
Because if there's security, people can invest in that sector.
People will invest, and then the policy on ground too should make provision should be made to ensure that those who are managing those crafts are well trained. It's important. You don't just get any person because you have invested, you've been able to buy a craft, and you just pick anyone to be there. They need training. These are interrelated network of issues that must be addressed if the policy will do well to grow the marine and blue economy.
You know, there are fears. I don't want to sound pessimistic, but the fears is about sustainability. Will a new government sustain and continually implement this policy as laudable as it is, even though
that is the importance of a policy. A policy shouldn't be carved in with a regime. A policy means these are the drivers of this. These are the frameworks that should drive specific sectors of our economy. So it doesn't matter who is there, which party or which government is there.
It's my worry. It's my personal worry.
I think that brings us back to the agencies who oversee all these activities and
agencies. It has to do with politicians now, because agencies who supervise these things are under the political class. Politicians are people who can change their mind at any time. What if another government comes and decides that they want a new policy? They want to start something afresh, different from what they are inheriting. That's my worry. We should have a culture of sustaining good policies like this, implement it for 10 years.
It is very important. I mean, this is a 10-year policy, and anyone who truly wants Nigeria to earn and gain from the good of the vast maritime potential that Nigeria has should actually support it. We are talking of a 10-year policy plan that would guide the operations in different subsectors of the marine and blue economy. I think it should be supported. I don't want to think that any person should just hurriedly wake up. These are taking very long time before we are seeing that the policy is being signed, approved. I think we should all think Nigeria first. It's important. It should be Nigeria first. And then you have regulatory agencies. They are there. They are not there to just run about, oh, a new government has come, this is what this government wants. No, they should be professional enough to understand that whatever operations we are running are backed by a policy. That is why we are saying, oh, a policy is good, so that they will have something that is tangible, that can be referred to, that can be a reference point or reference document to say, this was written to guide or to drive this sector, and let's follow it. If we do that, I think it will be good for the sector and for Nigeria at large.
I'm optimistic too that it will address training deficits, because Nigeria as a maritime country has not been able to put its act together properly when it comes to maritime education and training. That we still have to go to smaller maritime countries in Africa for certification. Even when you go to an academy in Nigeria, you want to travel out of Nigeria for certification, because the certificate of competency issued by the administration in Nigeria is what you call near coastal voyage, NCV. It's not unlimited. And I don't know why we are delaying this unlimited, but this policy should be able to address that.
I was going to say that.
Where if you want the best of maritime training, you can get it in Nigeria without necessarily sourcing for dollars to go to South Africa, Egypt, to go and get it. You cannot have this whole vast water space and you don't have the training capacity and capability to churn out the best of manpower. In fact, we shouldn't be just having manpower for ourselves. Nigeria should be exporting maritime manpower.
But I believe strongly indeed that with the policy in place, quite a lot will change. Nigeria has the capacity, and there's nothing wrong in boosting capacity through further training. But right now, Nigeria has capacity. Training, we have people who can train, we have professionals who can actually train the younger generation. It's just for us to have indeed the policy drive
but
the things
are
that we're doing.
exiting. We are not taking advantage of the master mariners.
In fact, you are bringing us now to as they go. Who are they raising?
Who are they raising? To fill the gap.
It's important. It's important. It's important that they begin to do training for the next generation. It's important. It's a whole lot. It's a whole lot, and I believe we all believe indeed that this policy being implemented will do Nigeria a great deal of good in developing the marine and blue economy.
And the space for training is has not been exhausted. Because we have an academy in Akwa Ibom, we have a university somewhere in Delta, and we have so much youth wanting to acquire maritime training, and these spaces in these schools are not enough. The government needs to do much, especially making private institutions that are involved in maritime training to have the recognized standard that will make them hard to the quality. Yes.
Well, I think even what the private sector is doing in the area of training manpower is also commendable.
But very limited.
It's not enough. It's commendable. It's commendable. The only good thing is that let's be focused enough to understand the need to have more younger people being trained come in, and at least so that they can have.
Talking about understanding the needs, yes. most governors from maritime states, yes, from my point of view, are yet to understand the need for their youth to be trained along maritime careers. Yes, because you see these governors hardly discussing things that have to do with maritime training. If governors from the coastal states,
good.
Governors from
I was going to say that
they begin to invest in maritime training for their youth. They will have less of militancy.
That is another area. I think those who are from the littoral states, Lagos State is doing quite a lot. Delta State is there. Ondo State is there. Bayelsa State is there. Akwa Ibom is there. Cross River is there. And the other states who are from the littoral states, I think they can actually key in and take advantage of this this policy to have a good number of their youth trained in the sector, so that they can gain. They will gain not just for the individuals themselves, but the state itself will also gain from it. I see it as a win-win thing for everyone. It's just for everybody to be awake to it, and then to be able to make decisions that will make each of them be a part of this new phase in the nation's marine and blue economy.
There's the aspect of balancing our foreign trade. You know, yes, Nigeria is import dependent. Coming to talk about a national policy on marine and blue economy.
Yes.
What space or what prominence are we giving to exports? Are we going to continually be importing things into Nigeria? If we are giving space to export, what is Nigeria doing about making our youth, our people, prepared to use the maritime space for export? Because everything keeps coming to Nigeria. If you look at the studio, you look at the street, you look at your room, almost everything you have in your house is imported.
Like I mentioned earlier, I think each of the subsectors should now begin to wake up to the responsibilities and the things that they should be doing that will help them or enable them key into their own areas of this policy. I remember that some time ago, about 5 years back, the Nigeria Customs Service started a program to create awareness and train youths on the nitty-gritty of exports and imports. There was a program. I think they should just go back to that document or that program, dust it and bring it up again.
That also talks about the need to look at marine and blue economy policy beyond one ministry, because customs is not under that ministry.
It's not.
So the marine and blue economy policy should be such
that
cuts across, touches all ministries that have to do with that marine ecosystem, including the telecoms, oil and gas,
it does,
finance, where you find the customs, trade, where you find the NEPC and the rest. So the policy should be one that should bring everybody together for the good and growth of the nation. But I still have this fear. The fear of government agencies trying to, rather than operate as partners, compete or having this corporate ego struggle amongst themselves.
Where they should be the people partnering with other ones. It brings us back to the SDGs. We see that like the SDG 17 encourages people and agencies to partner. There's no time. If people take partnership as a forefront in anything they are doing, then it will be a win-win for everybody. One agency, one ministry can't drive the entirety of this marine and blue economic policy. It's not possible. It intersects different sectors. It intersects different industries, and it will only pay us all for them to cooperate, partner where need be, so that we can have good outcomes.
Yeah, as we round up, for the good of this policy and to make it beneficial to everybody, all government agencies should, as a matter of importance, see themselves as children of one parent. Same parents, not rivals, everybody working for the common good and for a family. Once they see themselves like that, you hardly have interagency rivalry. Because this interagency rivalry stems from, oh, this agency is not from my ministry, and you just have to see them as you must do better than them. Whereas you have to partner, collaborate for one country.
And it's very funny because anything any of the agencies are doing, anything each one of them is doing, ultimately is for the good of country, is for the good and the propagation of the empowerment that the federal government itself is doing. And even if you cascade it down to the state government, it still says, oh, this state government has done well. But if you put them together again, the good will still go to the federal government.
Yes.
But importantly, it must have touched the lives of the people who are found in their different localities. And I think that is all that we need as a people.
Yeah, the policy is laudable. It has raised our expectations, our anticipations. We look forward to seeing it manifest in a way that will impact positively in the entire maritime space, and Nigeria will be better for it.
We'll keep a tab on that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. The tide has truly turned, at least on paper. What happens next will depend on the political will, private sector collaboration, and how much the media and public hold institutions accountable for execution.
And that's exactly what we aim to do, on Watchers of the Sea. We are not just reporting the tides, we are helping set them. Thank you for joining. On this maiden voyage, we'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same station, to continue navigating the waves of Nigeria's blue economy.
Until then, keep your eyes on the sea and your mind on the tide. Good night.
Hi, my name is Comfort, and welcome to Blue for You. Ever looked at the water and wondered, so what? Well, today we'll be flipping that into, so what can this water do for you? The show is here to bring blue economy to everyday Nigerians, no jargon, no stress. And today, on our first episode, we're asking, what is the blue economy? Let's dive in. The blue economy is everything that happens on water for survival, money, and national growth. It covers jobs like fishing, ports, water transport, tourism, boat making, agriculture, even protecting the oceans themselves. Nigeria has over 850 kilometers of coastline, and this is a massive opportunity and a coastline we are barely using. In 2019, the blue economy was valued at over $1.5 trillion globally, and it's expected to double by 2030. So the big idea is this: what the land can do, the water can do too, and maybe better. Because the future is floating and Nigeria must learn to sail. Most people don't know what it is yet, but that is why the Blue for You exists. We're talking real people and real voices and putting water on the radar. You know, I always saw water as chill time, beach vibes, and boat rides. But today, I learned something else. Water is wealth. Fish farming, shipping, coastal tourism, these things can fuel millions of jobs in Nigeria. And here's the fun fact. 90% of global trade moves by sea. So let's think differently. The water is not just for watching, it's for walking. Thanks for being part of the first episode of Blue for You. Next time, we're heading to a fish farm to see how young Nigerians are creating income from sources of water. You don't want to miss this. I am Comfort Idongisibasi, and this has been Blue for You, because the blue economy is for all of us. Thank you. From ports to paddles, coastlines to careers, Blue for You is your weekly dose of maritime discovery. Join me every Saturday at 4 p.m. on Blue Economy TV and catch our repeat broadcast Mondays at 10 a.m. Discover the blue side of life. Hi, my name is Comfort and welcome to Blue for You. Ever looked at the water and wondered, so what? Well, today we'll be flipping that into, so what can this water do for you? The show is here to bring the blue economy to everyday Nigerians, no jargon, no stress. And today, on our first episode, we're asking, what is the blue economy? Let's dive in. The blue economy is everything that happens on water for survival, money, and national growth. It covers jobs like fishing, ports, water transport, tourism, boat making, aquaculture, and even protecting the oceans themselves. Nigeria has over 850 kilometers of coastline, and that is a massive opportunity and a water highway we are barely using. In 2019, the blue economy was valued at over $1.5 trillion globally, and it is expected to double by 2030. So the big question is this: what the land can do, the water can do too, and maybe better. Because the future is floating and Nigeria must learn to sail. You know, I always saw water as chill time, beach vibes, and boat rides. But today, I learned something different. Water is wealth. Fish farming, shipping, coastal tourism, these things can fuel millions of jobs in Nigeria. And here's a fun fact. 90% of global trade moves by sea. So let's think differently. The water is not just for watching. It is for walking. Thanks for being part of our first episode of Blue for You. Next time, we're heading to a fish farm to see how young Nigerians are creating income from water. You don't want to miss it. My name is Comfort Idongisibasi, and this has been Blue for You, because the blue economy is for all of us. From ports to paddles, coastlines to careers, Blue for You is your weekly dose of maritime discovery. Join me every Saturday at 4 p.m. on Blue Economy TV and catch our repeat broadcast Mondays at 10 a.m. Discover the blue side of life.
Every morning, along Nigeria's 850-kilometer coastline, a ritual begins. Fishermen, some as young as 15, cast off with hope in their nets, but fewer fish return with them each day. A silent crisis is sweeping the West African coast. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated, what we call IUU, fishing is draining life from our oceans. In Nigeria alone, the estimated loss is over $70 million every year. For coastal communities, fish are not just food, they're income, culture, and survival. Yet foreign industrial trawlers, operating with impunity and without permits, vacuum up tons of catch daily, often within waters legally reserved for small-scale fishers. Detecting these ocean crimes isn't easy. The sea offers cover, and many trawlers switch off their tracking systems. But Nigerian authorities are fighting back, with satellite monitoring, coastal radar, and regional cooperation. In 2024 alone, 23 illegal vessels were intercepted. Several were found using banned fishing methods, destroying coral reefs, capturing endangered species, and operating under false identities. The loss isn't only ecological. It's economic and generational. Young people, seeing no future in fishing, leave for cities. Women, who dominate fish processing, face shrinking income. Nutrition suffers as local protein sources dwindle. Nigeria, despite abundant marine resources, now imports a significant portion of its seafood. That's not just inefficient, it's a national security risk. But there is hope, and it starts with people. Community-led patrols are proving effective in deterring poachers. Youth and women are being trained to document illegal activity using mobile technology. At the policy level, Nigeria is updating its fisheries laws, investing in local surveillance capacity, and working with ICAOs to track cross-border violators. There's also growing support for sustainable aquaculture, ensuring supply without harm. The ocean has fed us for generations. But without action, it will grow silent. Together, governments, communities, and consumers, we can defend our waters, restore our fisheries, and build a legacy of abundance. Fish for the future. Because our oceans feed more than our bodies, they feed our future. Nigeria consumes over 3 million metric tons of fish each year, but produces barely half of that. And with wild catch dwindling, what comes next? Across the globe, aquaculture, farming fish instead of catching them, is reshaping food systems. In Nigeria, it's becoming not just an option, but a necessity. Catfish, tilapia, shrimps, these staples are now increasingly farmed in tanks, ponds, and cages. Today, aquaculture contributes 40% of local fish supply. But it's still not enough. The challenges are real. Poor water quality, rising feed costs, and a lack of cold storage plague smallholders. Many lack access to capital or modern training. But innovation is bubbling up. Startups are bringing IoT sensors, mobile diagnostics, and digital marketplaces to fish farmers, boosting yields and reducing risk. Fish is more than food, it's a source of protein, jobs, and resilience. It prevents malnutrition, empowers women, and supports millions of livelihoods. By supporting gender-inclusive fish farming, Nigeria can lift families out of poverty and nourish future generations. To feed tomorrow, we must farm the sea today. Aquaculture is not just about growing fish, it's about growing futures. Clean, climate-smart, and community-led. The next seafood revolution will not come from the ocean floor, it will rise from Nigeria's ponds, tanks, and mines. For centuries, coastal communities have lived in harmony with the sea, managing, respecting, sustaining. But that balance is slipping away. Marine policies often come from faraway cities, detached from the rhythms of the tide. Meanwhile, the people who know the sea best are often unheard. Studies show that co-management, shared responsibility between government and locals, leads to stronger enforcement, sustainability, and resilience. In Ibino and Elage, fishers, women processors, and local leaders are setting their own rules, limiting gear, closing spawning zones, and reporting illegal boats. They know that the sea gives only when respected. And when communities feel ownership, enforcement follows. Tools are evolving. Smartphones now track fish stocks. Sea rangers collect data. And fisherwomen use mobile wallets to organize cooperatives. These are not just governance models, they are movements. Proof that sustainability grows stronger when rooted in culture. Governments may draw borders, but stewardship begins at the shoreline. When coastal voices lead, the sea listens, and so should we. A new kind of fuel is rising from the ocean, a gas so powerful it could transform Nigeria's energy landscape. It's colorless, clean, and made from water. Hydrogen is the universe's most abundant element. When burned, it emits only water vapor. As the world shifts from oil to clean energy, hydrogen is fast becoming the fuel of the future. Ocean-based hydrogen is made using renewable power to split seawater into hydrogen and oxygen, a process called electrolysis. It's green, scalable, and ideal for a country like Nigeria, rich in coastal wind, solar, and tidal energy. Green hydrogen could decarbonize Nigeria's shipping sector, electrify remote communities, and power cleaner industries. Already, universities and startups are piloting projects along the coast. New jobs, clean innovation, and export potential, Nigeria can become a hydrogen hub for Africa.
Preview.
From our oceans, we can fuel our future. The hydrogen revolution is here. Let's make it Nigerian. Beneath the waves, a new frontier awaits, filled with metals that power smartphones, solar panels, and electric cars. But is it a treasure chest or Pandora's box? Across the globe, nations are racing to mine the ocean floor. Cobalt, nickel, rare earth metals, all vital for the green transition, lie hidden under 4,000 meters of pressure and pitch-black silence. Demand for these minerals is soaring. Deep-sea mining could unlock them, at a cost. Nigeria, already a continental energy giant, may soon tap into its underwater mineral wealth. Recent surveys point to rich seabed reserves within our exclusive economic zone. With proper research and strategic governance, seabed mining could diversify our economy and reduce dependence on oil. But the ocean floor is not empty, it's alive. Mining could disrupt fragile ecosystems we barely understand. Species extinction, habitat loss, and sediment clouds could damage ocean life for generations. Critics urge caution. Once disturbed, deep-sea ecosystems may take centuries, or forever, to recover. Can we mine responsibly? With strict environmental safeguards, marine protected areas, and real-time impact monitoring, Nigeria could set a global benchmark. The debate is not just scientific, it's generational. The decisions we make now will shape the ocean's health and our nation's prosperity for decades.
Sit in it's very simple. In fact, the matter should be Nigerian Shippers Council to the rescue. Like a Superman wearing his cape. That's what you are. And that's how you build your brand. What is a brand, by the way?
Think the sea is far away? Think again. From the bustling markets of Lagos to the rich waters of Cross River, the sea impacts every single one of us. Brought to you by the Blue Economy Academy. This is Nigeria's essential monthly ocean intelligence brief. Whether you're in Badagry, Bakassi, or anywhere in between, we are all stakeholders of the seas. Join the conversation with founder Yubong Essien, CSB, and our team of limited spaces are available. Scan the QR code now and join the Code Blue movement. Let's build a Nigeria that prospers by water. Powered by the Blue Economy Academy.
Blue Economy Academy. Prosper by water.
As you know, today's event is about exploring the revolution of the blue economy and what the real estate sector can do. If you notice recently, there was this preliminary report about Nigeria's GDP, the rebasing. And we saw from that preliminary report that oil and gas has been displaced by real estate. Real estate is now number 3. Oil and gas is now number 4. Now, we get most of our income, most of our revenue from oil and gas. But in terms of its GDP value, which is really the gross domestic product for the nation, oil and gas is no longer giving us so much. That's why the oil and gas is actually what is called an enclave sector. You can invest 12 billion into the oil and gas sector and you'll be lucky to get employment of about 10,000 people. But invest 1 billion into any of the 10 buckets of the blue economy, because there are about 10 buckets of the blue economy. Those buckets, you have what we call blue commodities, for instance. You're talking about aquaculture, your fishes, your shrimps, all of those living organisms in the waters that can provide food, as long as they are harvested with sustainability in mind. You also have what we call blue cities, which is where you have real estate coming into the fore. So you're talking about development across the water lines, across the coast, waterfront development, luxury development as well, the entire gamut of it. So these 2 buckets alone, imagine the attention that we could pay to these 2 buckets and what we expect to generate. Now we know that on estimate basis, Nigeria's blue economy is put at about $30 billion. That much we know. Globally, it's about $1.5 trillion. That is very expansive without having to do so much, because it's a sector that is a lot more inclusive. If I were to ask you, how many people do you know in oil and gas? You would have to scratch your head. It's practically an exclusive industry. But if I were to say real estate, chances are that you know someone who might not be a developer, but is a broker. Who might not be a broker, but is maybe a sales and marketing person in that sector. And then talk about those who are lawyers as well in that sector. So clearly, the step that FIAPC is taking today to say this is a revolution taking place, we want to now begin to move our consciousness about real estate from merely being landed property to actually value-driven assets. In other words, water itself has real estate value. And because of all of the activities, economic activities that can take place on it, underneath it, around it, in terms of the communities, in terms of the mineral resources within it, and of course in terms of the kinds of buildings you can begin to create. You can actually have estates, aquatic estates.
Okay.
So,
I'll play the catch-up game, because you spoke so much about the blue economy. Like we're just getting used to it. Or this administration that had a Ministry of Blue Economy. So I'll play the catch-up game.
Absolutely. We fast-track the process by moving from mere advocacy towards engagement. That's how we fast track the process. So for instance, you have in this room about 100 professionals in the real estate business, not just the Nigerian body, but of course you have for instance, you have the president of FIABC Africa and Near East. So there's already international collaboration and expertise in this room. What I would say to FIABC today is commence engagement. I'm told that there are commissioners from Lagos State that will also be part of this event. We don't have time for advocacy again, talking about whether it's important, talking about sensitizing ourselves. The world has moved. Yes, it's an emerging trend, but like you rightly asked, are we far behind? Yes, we're trying to play catch up now. So FIABC should start visiting all the governors of the 8 littoral states, from Badagry in Lagos to Bakassi in Cross River State. Those are 8 littoral states. We should be talking to the governors. Governors, can you help us? Can you provide us enablement along the coast? Can you open up those frontiers? Because the 8 littoral states are the first frontiers as far as the blue economy is concerned. Then you have 20 other states inland, but they are connected by water transportation in one way or the other. Those are like the what you call the blue corridor states. So can FIABC reach out to the governors, engage with them, and then create what we now know today as PPPs? All right, state governors, if you can open up the space for us. The real estate practitioners know how to find their way. We know that. We see estates all over the place. Many Nigerians have been buying into them, and so they've taken the lead without waiting for government.
Unlocking ocean opportunity. Let's prosper by water. From Badagry to Bakassi, Nigeria's coastline stretches with promise. Rich waters, endless resources, unseen opportunities. But for decades, we've remained sea blind, despite being surrounded by water. Nigeria has looked inland for growth. The maritime economy remained hidden in plain sight. The vast potential of the blue economy, untapped, unspoken, unrealized. Then came a vision. The Blue Economy Academy was founded to change the tide. A bold institution created to eliminate sea blindness and usher in a new wave of prosperity by water. At the heart of the Academy lies a strategic framework. 10 key inclusion buckets that capture the entire spectrum of the ocean economy. From ports to policy, fish to finance. BEA connects every drop of potential. Through executive education, stakeholder town halls, awareness campaigns, and hands-on training. BEA is bridging Nigeria's knowledge gap. One course, one conversation, one community at a time. From our monthly Mastering the Blue Economy Executive Intensive to grassroots projects like the Ocean Literacy Program and the Campaign Against Sea Blindness, BEA is for everyone: students, professionals, policy architects, investors, innovators, all united by one call to help Nigeria prosper by water. The Blue Economy Academy has already made waves. National press coverage, government recognition, community trust. It is becoming the lighthouse guiding Nigeria's blue renaissance. This is your call to board the ship. Join as a member. Learn, collaborate, lead. Be part of the movement to unlock our maritime future. Blue Economy Academy, prosper by water. Eliminating sea blindness.
Hello, my name is Ubong Essien, West Africa's only certified speaking professional and Dean School of Eloquence. According to the Eloquence Institute, over 70% of notable people, public officials and leaders find it very difficult to speak in public.
They do consultation.
This is how reputations are wrecked, one dull speech at a time. So, if you are serious about not being part of this sad statistic, protecting your voice, your image, and your reputation, then join me at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
My name is Adeze Nwogo, and the experience here at School of Eloquence has been amazing.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Are you tired of hearing about Nigeria's potential, only to wonder, what about my potential? Imagine a world where our rivers and oceans aren't just scenery, but pathways to prosperity, where our coastlines unlock new futures for every Nigerian. For too long, we've suffered from sea blindness. But it's time to open our eyes. Introducing Blue for You, a national movement connecting you to Nigeria's incredible blue economy. This isn't just for experts. It's for students, traders, innovators, and families. It's for everyone. Join our Blue congregation. Connect with passionate Nigerians. Share ideas and discover how to dive into a beautiful world of opportunity. Ready to find your blue? To see the scene not just as water, but as your future? Join our next monthly Blue for You forum via Zoom. Blue for You, the sea for all, that all may see. Your future is calling.
Life at sea is difficult enough. Let's not make it harder. I'm Ubong Isien, certified speaking professional and founder of the Blue Economy Academy. As the world marks the Day of the Seafarer, under the powerful theme, My Harassment-Free Ship, the message must echo beyond the moment. Our seafarers, those courageous men and women, face storms, isolation, and sacrifice every day. But what they should never have to face is harassment, abuse, or indignity on board their vessels. For women seafarers, this danger is often multiplied. Many of them suffer silently, marginalized, disrespected, or even violated. And all this without protection or justice. We must call this out. We must change it. A ship must be a sanctuary, not a threat. One where every woman is safe, every voice is heard, and every act of misconduct is addressed without delay. At the Blue Economy Academy, this is a moral and strategic priority reflected in two of our foundational pillars. First, Blue Governance and Justice, which demands stronger laws, enforcement, reporting systems, and ethical leadership at sea. And second, Blue Talent, because we cannot build a sustainable maritime future while neglecting the very people who power it. The Nigerian seafarer, whether male or female, deserves more than a struggle. They deserve global relevance, respect, and recognition. Many of our seafarers remain undertrained, underpaid, and underprotected despite their potential and the sacrifices that they continue to make. We must change that. It's time to benchmark Nigerian seafarers against international best standards. It's time to invest in their welfare, dignity, and growth, not just as workers, but as ambassadors of our maritime future. Let's make every ship a place of professional pride, mental peace, and personal protection. Let's create a maritime culture that sees harassment as an emergency and not a hidden habit. Because a true blue economy is not just about what we can extract from the sea. It's about how we treat the people who live and work on it. So, to every Nigerian and global seafarer, we just want to let you know that we see you, we thank you, we stand with you. May your voyage continue to be safe, and may your ship be harassment-free. May your future be even brighter than your past. Thank you. From all of us here at the Blue Economy Academy. Happy Seafarers Day. Indeed, it is your harassment-free ship.
Once, these waters were the world's most feared. Piracy, theft, fear at sea. But the Nigerian Navy fought back and won. For 3 years, our seas have been calm. Piracy defeated, waters secured. The Navy victorious. But calm seas alone are not enough. What next? Empty coasts, idle hands, youths with no trawlers to work on. Security without prosperity is only half a victory. America is a superpower because its security fuels its prosperity, and its prosperity funds its security. Nigeria too must embrace this duality. No arm of our military holds the key more than the Navy. The old battle was pirates, oil thieves, and poachers. The Navy won it. The new battle is poverty on our coasts, wasted blue wealth, stolen futures. This is the blue battle, the battle for prosperity, for jobs, for abundance. Admiral, history will remember not only the battles you won at sea, but the prosperity you unleashed from it.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Darren Phillips, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on LSDPC matters.
So we all know that public speaking is also tough. It's not just about speaking, it's also about handling tough situations. So I want to ask, why do you think people fear public speaking?
Well, with what I've learned, public speaking, the issues most people encounter is the fact that they are thinking of how they look. They're thinking of what they're saying. They're thinking of, themselves in that situation. But once you step out of that mindset and start thinking of what the people are going to benefit from that conversation, the knowledge you're going to spread, the information you're going to give them, once you make that shift happen, it completely dissolves that fear, because then it's not about you and you're just focused on passing that message across and getting people to understand what you're saying.
That was really beautiful. So I want to also ask, with the way digital economy is evolving, how do you think public speaking plays a role in the success of businesses in this digital era?
I mean, with this digital era, especially the era of social media, everybody's concerned. Everybody's essentially a public speaker, because with your phone, you can talk to the world. That access has never happened anywhere in the world. But this time period, you have the voice, you have the platform to be able to talk to the world, which is the reason why most people should, not only learn public speaking, but communication. It's such an important and useful skill that you just have to engage in, you have to perfect, you have to constantly practice to get ahead in this digital world.
Okay, thank you so very much, and thank you for your time. Have a lovely day ahead.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing okay. You look good, by the way, and congrats on your induction, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, can we know you, please?
Okay, my name is Dr. Lanre Ategbero.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm into real estate. I own a real estate company here in VI. We're into real estate agency, management, development, and all.
Okay, so I want to ask you how public speaking has played a role in you pitching to clients or trying to pitch for a position or something in the real estate industry.
Oh well, public speaking is, it's part of our daily activities because for you to market whatever product you have to speak with people, and you have to speak with them in a way they will understand to be ready to deal. Otherwise, it might be a put off if you can't convey your information politely and accurately. So public speaking is part of our business.
Okay, so do you have any special skill that you use to grasp the attention of audience or clients?
Talk of that, well, that would be about the way I manage my clients in terms of the disposition. You know, you give them this aura that will make them welcome to you and they will be ready to do business with you, which is what I think I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
I endeared my clients to me.
I see that already.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, sir. Have a lovely day.
You're welcome. Thanks. You too. Bye.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Nice to meet you.
Okay, my name is Comfort.
My name is Kenny Wankwa. I'm a real estate agent, broker, and I'm also the Young Professionals Council president of FIAPSHI.
Wow, that's really nice. So I want to ask how public speaking plays a role in building trust and credibility in the real estate industry, as you have to market land, apartments, and properties. How do you build trust and credibility with public speaking?
Okay, I would say that public speaking is, I think, one of the best skills you can have. You can be underqualified, and if you speak well, people will in their mind they'll qualify you higher. So I think it plays a role from the standpoint of communicating accurately, clearly, succinctly, makes people trust you more. It makes you sound more like you know what you're talking about, and people prefer to deal with people in this, especially in this environment where there's like a huge trust deficit, especially in this country. When you speak well and you communicate the information and relay the information accurately and clearly and efficiently, it definitely buys you a great deal of trust. People are more likely to take you on your word more when you speak well. It helps you convey your message. If there's a value proposition that isn't obvious, being a well-spoken person and understanding public speaking can help you relay that in a way. And then also from the standpoint of diversity, being able to speak the various dialects people speak. Like I know, for example, I've had many situations where I'm dealing with like a local chief who is like, on Manilas and stuff and trying to broker some kind of deal, and that your eloquent university speak doesn't work there. Then you go to that guy and you speak the language that he speaks, which is its own form of public speaking. Like in Nigerian politics, you want to do a town hall in your local government. You're probably not going to do it in university English. So definitely that skill is huge in buying trust and, like credibility and cachet with people.
Wow, this was really wonderful. Thank you very much for your time and have a lovely day ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Good day, sir.
Good day, good afternoon, you're welcome.
Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Esketo Anvalo Abdegani Jimo, a member of the FIAPSHI family. I'm into real estate, do practice in the northern part of Nigeria, that is precisely Abuja, Kaduna, and Kano, respectively. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I want to ask you how public speaking has helped you when speaking in public and how you handle tough questions or objections during public speaking.
Public speaking, I think, though I would say as the public relation officer, as a PRO, Kaduna State branch of the Nigerian Institute of Ethics, Survey and Values, I say I speak more in the public, and that has kind of like built my confidence when communicating with people, seeking people's opinion and making your own opinions, getting across your own opinion to others as well. And speaking in public, I think it goes a long way. Apart from the talent, it also has to do with training. It also has to do with learning and other skills involved.
Okay. So I want to also ask, do you think public speaking is inbuilt, or you can actually learn it, or it is like natural, like a talent?
Yes. Number one, there are those with that talent, so we can say it's inbuilt. However, apart from the inbuilt talent, I can categorically say it has to do with learning also. Because for you to be able to speak in public, you need to first of all identify the kind of public you want to discuss with, and the kind of event you want to speak. You want to kind of go into. Is it a formal event? Is it a semi-formal event, or an informal event? Because that will guide you in your way of communication, in your way of processing your ideas to the people on so let me say to the attendees, those who are present at such events. So it also has to do with learning also and training for you to be able to kind of communicate with people effectively.
Thank you so very much for your time. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. And I can say I want to use the opportunity also to thank the CEO of Achievement Channel. And why I said it is that today it's because I also speak in public also. It kind of like give me another dimension to mode of speakings, because first of all, apart from we all understand that you need to kind of like introduce your theme, you need to introduce your topic, it's also give me another perspective which has to do with involvement, which has to do with engagement. Because without the engagement, even speaking in public has a long way to go. Yes, because seriously today, this afternoon, I've also learned some things. Because I have to take my pen and pick my pad to take one or two things down, because it gave me an idea that when trying to introduce your topic, apart from the fact that you need to read your audience, it also has to do with bringing facts from the background of what your topic is, and try to use that background to base what's your topic inside, which has to do with training. Yes, it has to do with training, and that's very good. At least I've learned one or two things from him. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Good day, sir. Can I know you, please?
Well, my name is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Honorable Ayodeji Ejalonibo Amodu. I'm currently the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. Governor, Mr. Selibu, Mr. Infrastructure, Mr. Housing, where I am, of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State.
Okay, that's really nice. So I just want to ask you a question. So as a leader in the real estate industry, I want to ask how public speaking has influenced your success in the real estate industry.
Well, thank you very much. To say the fact, I love public speaking because I had a stint with public speaking, because at some point I had a degree in public relations and advertising. And if you actually study public relations, that was at a postgraduate level at Nigerian Institute of Journalism. That back then, about 2000, about 25 years ago, in public relations, it's a course you actually take, public speaking, and public speaking helps you to actually express yourself. It gives you some sense of expression.
The sea is more than just water. It's our future. From Badagry to Bakassi, Nigeria's coastline is over 850 kilometers of untapped opportunity. The blue economy is woven into every part of our lives. We are all stakeholders of the seas. From the Blue Economy Academy, Code Blue is the brief designed to eliminate sea blindness. Get the critical insights you need to prosper by water, economically, environmentally, and educationally. Don't miss this opportunity to join the conversation. Limited virtual capacity. Scan the QR code now to join the movement. Let's build a Nigeria that prospers by water with Code Blue.
In the heart of Africa's coastline lies Nigeria's greatest untapped opportunity. Yet too many remain sea blind. unaware of the wealth beneath the waves. The Blue Economy Academy was created to eliminate sea blindness and unlock prosperity by water. With 10 dynamic sectors, from blue commerce to blue ventures, we offer a clear, practical framework. Join as a student, professional, executive, or a titan of the ocean economy. Gain access to premium courses, join national working groups, and connect with a growing community. Let's make the blue economy work for Nigeria. Join the tide of change. Become a member of the Blue Economy Academy and help Nigeria prosper by water. For years, a silent war was fought in our waters. A fight against pirates, saboteurs, and criminals who threatened our nation's economic lifeblood. This is the story of a force that stood ready. A navy that answered the call. The Nigerian Navy has won the first half of the victory. Through unwavering resolve, piracy in the Gulf of Guinea has been defeated, winning us international acclaim. We have brought calm seas to our nation. But calm seas without thriving coasts is only half a victory. The next battle is not with fire, but with focus. A battle to transform the Navy's security win into Nigeria's prosperity. To win this battle, we must change our strategy. From security as a cost to security as a product. This is the purpose of NIPOL, Nigeria's first national prosperity coalition. It is a Navy-led doctrine, an architecture for immediate action where security becomes the bedrock of investment confidence. NIPOL is a strategic handshake between the war room and the boardroom. It moves beyond the silos of marine and shipping to bring in every sector that touches our seas. Consider our vision for blue cities. Nigeria has 853 kilometers of coastline and 8 littoral states brimming with untapped potential. The private sector is ready to invest billions in coastal resorts and infrastructure, but they need an assurance no other institution can provide. NIPOL is that assurance. It is the platform where the Navy provides the security and state governors provide the access, allowing the private sector to deliver the prosperity. This is how the Navy gets a seat at the table from the very beginning, ensuring seamless security planning while simultaneously generating revenue, creating millions of jobs, and revitalizing our coastal communities. Admiral, the tides of our national destiny are changing. For the first time, a dedicated ministry and a national policy have given us the mandate to act. The space is open. This is the moment to pivot the Navy from a guardian of our waters to the guarantor of our prosperity. This is the legacy that awaits your leadership. When storms hit, mangroves stand between destruction and survival. These blue forests are our first and often last line of defense. Mangroves store up to 5x more carbon than rainforests. Seagrasses purify water. Salt marshes prevent floods. Together, they form a climate shield. In Nigeria, over 1/3 of mangroves have vanished, leaving coasts exposed and communities unprotected. What we lose in trees, we pay for in floods, hunger, and heat. But hope grows literally. Across Bayelsa, Cross River, and Lagos, communities are replanting, protecting, and profiting from carbon-rich ecosystems. Our coasts don't need concrete, they need roots. Let's rebuild what protects us all.
Nigeria has officially entered Code Blue, a new chapter in ocean intelligence powered by the Blue Economy Academy. Code Blue is our monthly national briefing series that brings together policy minds, industry leaders, and civic stakeholders to make sense of the opportunities that lie offshore, underwater, and on our coast. This is where we turn maritime insight into national strategy. Our maiden edition on July 29, 2025 sets sail with a landmark focus, Blueprints to Reality, mainstreaming Nigeria's 10-year marine and blue economy policy. We will unpack what the policy means beyond the paper and spotlight what government, industry, and of course citizens must do to implement it. With reflections from key public and private players, Code Blue aims to move Nigeria's blue economy from vision to value. Join us for this inaugural virtual voyage. Let's deepen the maritime awareness, shape national direction, and anchor new conversations that make Nigeria prosper by water. Welcome on board. Nigeria has officially entered Code Blue, a new chapter in ocean intelligence powered by the Blue Economy Academy. Code Blue is our monthly national briefing series that brings together policy minds, industry leaders, and civic stakeholders to make sense of the opportunities that lie offshore, underwater, and on our coast. This is where we turn maritime insight into national strategy. Our maiden edition on July 29, 2025 sets sail with a landmark focus, Blueprints to Reality, mainstreaming Nigeria's 10-year marine and blue economy policy. We will unpack what the policy means beyond the paper and spotlight what government, industry, and of course citizens must do to implement it. With reflections from key public and private players, Code Blue aims to move Nigeria's blue economy from vision to value. Join us for this inaugural virtual voyage. Let's deepen the maritime awareness, shape national direction, and anchor new conversations that make Nigeria prosper by water. Welcome on board.
We've mapped the moon better than our oceans. But that's changing thanks to AI, satellites, and smart tech that listen to the sea. A smart ocean is an informed ocean. Using sensors, AI, and cloud data, we can monitor fish stocks, track pollution, and even forecast climate threats. In Lagos, youth are coding maritime apps. In Calabar, AI tools are tracking trawlers. In Bayelsa, fishermen use SMS alerts to avoid toxic blooms. From oil tracking to weather alerts, data is becoming Nigeria's most powerful coastal tool. To lead, we need access to global tools, local training, and indigenous innovation. Ocean intelligence must be open, inclusive, and African-led. The ocean speaks in data. It's time we listened with purpose and with code. In the heart of Africa, a giant sleeps. Blessed with endless shores, intricate rivers, and vital lagoons, Nigeria holds a destiny written in water. Yet, for many, this vast inheritance remains unseen, a quiet backdrop to our daily lives. We call it sea blindness, the inability to truly see the lifeblood that flows through our nation. This blindness isn't just about what we don't see, it's about what we lose. Opportunities for jobs, for sustainable food, for clean energy, for global trade, slipping through our fingers. But one voice, and now a movement, dares to challenge this silence. We are a water-blessed nation. 853 kilometers of coastline, nearly 10,000 kilometers of inland waterways. This isn't just water, it's blue gold. It's our future, our prosperity, our collective well-being. The Blue Economy Academy is not just about identifying the problem, it's about igniting the solution. Through Blue for You, we are building a national movement, a blue congregation, to awaken this sleeping giant. It's about empowering you. Our mission is clear, the sea for all. That all may see. We believe that when every Nigerian sees the potential, they will own their role in building this incredible future. This is our moment. The time to turn potential into prosperity, to heal our waters, and to build a beautiful world for ourselves and generations to come. Your journey into the blue economy starts now. I invite you. Join our monthly online forums, become part of our Blue congregation. Let's share ideas, ignite passions, and together transform Nigeria's destiny. Your future is calling. Answer the call. Dive into your blue. Once, these waters were the world's most feared: piracy, theft, fear at sea. But the Nigerian Navy fought back and won. For 3 years, our seas have been calm. Piracy defeated. Waters secured. The Navy victorious. But calm seas alone are not enough. What next? Empty coasts. Idle hands. Youths with no trawlers to work on. Security without prosperity is only half a victory. America is a superpower because its security fuels its prosperity, and its prosperity funds its security. Nigeria too must embrace this duality. No arm of our military holds the key more than the Navy. The old battle was pirates, oil thieves, and poachers. The Navy won it. The new battle is poverty on our coasts, wasted blue wealth, stolen futures. This is the blue battle, the battle for prosperity, for jobs, for abundance. Admiral, history will remember not only the battles you won at sea, but the prosperity you unleashed from it. The ocean is Nigeria's greatest untapped treasure. From Lagos to Calabar, from Badagry to Bakassi, our waters carry the power to feed us, connect us, and propel our nation into prosperity. Yet for too long, we have turned our backs to the sea. Today, that tide must change. Our ocean is more than coastline. It is 853 kilometers of opportunity, 200 nautical miles of economic promise, and a lifeline for over 200 million Nigerians. 90% of our trade moves by sea. Millions depend on fisheries for their daily bread. And from offshore oil to renewable energy, our waters are the foundation of our survival. But with great wealth comes great responsibility. Our obligation is clear: to protect our waters from pollution, piracy, and neglect, to keep our seafarers safe, to sustain marine life for future generations, to govern our waterways with justice and foresight. If we fail, we risk not only our environment, but our very future as a maritime nation. Yet within every challenge lies opportunity. The blue economy can generate millions of jobs for our youth in shipping, aquaculture, shipbuilding, tourism, and marine technology. With innovation, skills, and vision, Nigeria can rise as Africa's true maritime giant. Our opportunity is not tomorrow. It is here. It is now. This is why the Blue Economy Academy exists, to eliminate sea blindness and ignite a blue awakening in Nigeria. Through knowledge, advocacy, and action, we are sowing the seeds of ocean literacy, so every Nigerian can see the water not as a boundary, but as a bridge to prosperity. All I want to do is to simply lead a blue awakening in Nigeria, to help my country prosper by water. On this World Maritime Day, Nigeria joins the world to say, our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity. Together, let us awaken to the power of the blue. Together, let us prosper by water.
The blue economy, a multi-billion-dollar frontier trapped by policy silos and regulatory gridlock. To unlock this wealth, technical expertise and political action must align.
I founded the Blue Economy Academy to provide the leadership required. We convene the experts.
We assemble a cast of policymakers, industry players, and financiers every month to huddle around prevailing ocean matters. Code Blue is Nigeria's monthly ocean intelligence brief. We convert ocean intelligence into policy action, milestones, and investments. Access the strategy now. Scan the QR code. Stop talking potential. Start executing the plan. Prosper by water.
Blue code activated. Nigeria's monthly ocean intelligence brief.
Nigeria has officially entered Code Blue, a new chapter in ocean intelligence powered by the Blue Economy Academy. Code Blue is our monthly national briefing series that brings together policy minds, industry leaders, and civic stakeholders to make sense of the opportunities that lie offshore, underwater, and on our coast. This is where we turn maritime insight into national strategy. Our maiden edition on July 29, 2025 sets sail with a landmark focus, Blueprint to Reality, mainstreaming Nigeria's 10-year marine and blue economy policy. We will unpack what the policy means beyond the paper and spotlight what government, industry, and of course citizens must do to implement it. With reflections from key public and private players, Code Blue aims to move Nigeria's blue economy from vision to value. Join us for this inaugural virtual voyage. Let's deepen the maritime awareness, shape national direction, and anchor new conversations that make Nigeria prosper by water. Welcome on board.
The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet. It generates life, connects economies, and holds boundless opportunities for sustainable prosperity. But for too long, Africa, and Nigeria in particular, has overlooked the vast potential of the blue economy.
That's why we created the Blue Economy Academy, BEA, to equip professionals, policymakers, and entrepreneurs with the actionable knowledge to unlock the wealth of our ocean-based industries.
The Blue Economy Academy is Nigeria's first specialized training hub, focused on preparing industry leaders for the evolving ocean economy. We train professionals in maritime, fisheries, offshore energy, coastal development, ocean finance, and governance, providing them with knowledge you can use. Our training model is built on 10 core pillars, covering every major sector of the blue economy, from sustainable shipping and offshore energy to ocean governance, climate resilience, and entrepreneurship.
The same way we have succeeded in building estates out of nowhere. There are places that are estates today that 10 years ago, if you mentioned it, and I still cringe that you mean there's an estate there. Would I love to live in those places? But when you see the drone view of those estates, when you hear people telling you that they live there, it's a miracle what the real estate sector has been able to accomplish. And we now know from the current rebasing of the GDP, the preliminary submission is that real estate has overtaken oil and gas in terms of GDP performance.
Whether you're a government official, a business leader, or an aspiring entrepreneur, the time to engage with the blue economy is now. Join us at the Blue Economy Academy and let's shape the future of ocean prosperity together.
Nigeria has long been behind the curve in leveraging its ocean assets, but with the right expertise, leadership, and strategic investment, we can become a powerhouse in the global blue economy.
At BEA, we do more than teach. We create industry impact by fostering innovation, partnerships, and investment opportunities in ocean-based sectors.
In the heart of darkness lies the power of light. Nigeria, rich in sun and oil, often overlooks a third gift, the ocean's energy. Tides that never sleep, waves that crash with force, winds that sweep the Atlantic. Nigeria's coastline holds immense, renewable energy waiting to be tapped. Globally, ocean energy is scaling fast. In West Africa, Nigeria is best placed to lead if it invests. New projects are exploring wave buoys, underwater turbines, and floating solar arrays. Startups in Lagos are working on energy harvesting seawalls and hydrogen extraction from seawater. With the right research, we could power homes, desalinate water, and energize ports, all from our waves. Challenges remain. High startup costs, grid integration, harsh marine conditions. But with public-private partnerships, local manufacturing, and training, we can leapfrog. Imagine rural electrification powered by tide. Imagine powering port operations with waves instead of diesel. Our oceans move endlessly, so should our imagination. The future of energy isn't just under our feet. It's rolling in, wave by wave.
Is West and Central Africa's only certified speaking professional. A powerhouse in public speaking, leadership development, and maritime strategy. He blends eloquence with economic foresight, championing Nigeria's transition from oil dependency to sustainable maritime prosperity. Please join me as we welcome the former special advisor to the Director General of NIMASA on communication and strategy, who is also the founder of Blue Economy Academy. Please celebrate Mr. Ubon Estienne, PhD.
With regards to our business here today, in 2020, I had a fantastic privilege of being invited by the then DG of NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamu, to be a special advisor on strategy and communications. I was minding my business, teaching public speaking and communication skills to very high-profile people. He was one of my students back then, and he felt, you can't be here, you need to come and work in government. And I said to him, hell no. Those are my words to him. Hell no. Leave me alone, let me mind my business. Until my wife intervened and my mentor, a man I respect so much, Professor Patu Tony, a man that I always say taught me a lot of what I know today, got on the phone and said to me, Ubon, what are you waiting for? You need some experience in government. And so I packed my bags and headed into the unknown to start a voyage in maritime. Now I was thrown into that sector without any orientation. I had to work at the highest level with the chief executive day in, day out. And I had to learn very fast. The politics of it, and I'm glad I have an SSA here so he understands what I'm talking about. The politics of it, and of course, the technicalities of maritime. And one of the things I quickly discovered, which is really what is going to buoy what I share with you today, was that the real money is not in how much NIMASA collect or was collecting, or in those contracts. The real money, the real wealth was in the maritime sector itself, the entire ecosystem of what we now know and recognize as the blue economy. But before I proceed, permit me to also extend my respect and acknowledgement of the presence of the SSA to the Governor on Housing Ministry of Lagos State, Honorable Ayo Amodu. Honorable, my apologies, sorry, this just came to me. So we're in good hands. We have two SSAs here. So I feel a kindred spirit knowing the roles of special advisors to principal officers. And one of the things that I learned quickly, and I had what I would call the fortuity of leading, was the agency's Blue Economy Initiative, which we called From Crude to Blue. We are coming down to the real estate sector, but we need to know where the journey began. In other words, we have to start a conversation about our reliance on fossil fuels. Of course, it brings in most of our petrodollars. But does it really bring in, as a sector, the developmental expectations in terms of economics? 6 years ago, it was a report in the Nation newspaper. NLNG and NCDMB signed a $12 billion deal for LNG Train 7 to employ 10,000 people. Please, I want to crave your indulgence. Let's just deal with estimate values here. Can someone help me calculate $12 billion across 10,000 jobs? How much will it be per job? Anyone with any device, please. Help me out. $12 billion by 10,000 jobs. We are talking estimate values. We know that was investment, but let us just cut the promoters of the project some slack. Let's say that was the total money meant for job and everything associated with it. What do we have per person? $1.2 million. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, $1.2 million multiplied by 1,500 naira. How much? 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion per job. This is the point I want to make. The expectation, and this is just very basic and simple economics, the expectation from that calculation alone is that for there to be any benefit, it would have to trickle down from each of those 10,000 persons. What is called trickle down economics. So if 5,000 of us decide to go and stash 50% of that money somewhere in the US, what is its economic value? It's practically zero. This scenario is just an example of how enclave in nature, how restricted in nature the oil sector is. It demands huge investments, huge capital outlays per project. But its economic effects is so limited, so restricted. That's why if I were to ask each of you here, if you know anyone that works in the oil sector, you'll have to rack up your head. It's an exclusive economy, it's an exclusive club. Nigeria cannot grow economically on the strength of an economy that is on the strength of a sector that is exclusive, enclave by nature. We have seen it. And so it makes sense for us to say, out of that 12 billion, estate surveyors and valuers, were we to invest just 1 billion out of that 12 billion in real estate, what do you think will happen in terms of employment? I'm asking you, anyone, this is an open conversation now. You know your numbers, you know your business. Will it employ just 10,000 people? Estate players in the estate sector, will it employ just 10,000 people? Give me a guess. Give me a guess. $1 billion investment in real estate across, maybe let's say a PPP project. Let's say we're building some smart cities. Let's say we're building some sets of estates. Can someone give me a number, please? Pardon? Over 20,000? Any other person? It certainly will be much more than 12 billion to 10,000. So I share this with you to present to you a picture of two cities, a tale of two cities, or a tale of two economies. Oil and gas, which we have relied upon to drive our economy, and then the blue economy, which in itself is an emergent economy, an expand sector. And we're going to see some of the thinking behind it. And if I am able to help everyone in this room, whether you're a policymaker or a practitioner, to shift your thinking, then the possibilities will be endless. So, the blue economy and the real estate development, the sea of opportunities before us. The World Bank tells us that if the ocean were a country, it would be the 7th largest economy in the world. Let's start with that premise. The 7th largest economy in the world. The 6th largest economy is the UK. So after the UK, the ocean economy would be the 2nd largest in the world. For very obvious reasons. 70% of our planet is water. 70%. And the economic sustenance of the planet itself, apart from the biology of it, is water. How? Global trade. (70% to 80% of global trade is maritime. Maritime is blue. Think about it. During COVID, no planes could fly. No cars could run. We all got stuck. Everybody sat back at home. Only one place on earth was active. The sea lanes of the world. Transporting goods, supplies, equipment to help nations survive. Why? Because most of what we consume is delivered to us by water. So this is another important premise, because we do not understand the context. Every attempt we make to try to break into the blue economy from a blue cities perspective, which is one of the buckets of the blue economy, will challenge us and could even discourage us. So whether we like it or not, this is what the blue economy is about. So let's look at some definition of the blue economy, and let's take what the World Bank tells us about the blue economy. The World Bank says that the blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth. It didn't say for revenues, and we have to begin to shift this mindset away from revenues. Revenues are essentially meant to be a fallout of actual growth. There's too much fixation on revenues without growth. It is not a sustainable approach. Revenues are given when economic growth takes place. If you are generating so much revenues and it leaves nothing in terms of economic impact and growth, what it means is that when next we go in search of revenues, we have to increase the toll. That's what it means. So the oceans are there untapped because there's no growth. And all of the values. So whether we're in government, the fixation of revenue, the fixation towards revenue or the fixation on revenue has to be modified, has to be tempered. Likewise, for those of us in business who are also fixated on revenues, how do I make money? It is not a sustainable approach without creating growth. Because what guarantees revenue in perpetuity is ensuring that the growth engine continues to run. If you're coming constantly for revenues, like the concept of Stephen Covey's work, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, when he talked about the golden goose, the goose that lays the golden egg. Each morning the farmer goes in, the goose lays an egg, he takes it to its golden cells. Every morning he keeps going. Then he got so tired, he said, look, why don't I just slice the goose open and take all the... That's a classical example of over-fixation on revenues alone or on making money alone. There must be growth. The farmer ought to have been thinking of, oh, all right, I have one goose laying a golden egg. What do I need to do to expand capacity? That's what the blue economy is about. So it is a call to us to know that we must take steps, make the necessary commitments, make the necessary investments towards ensuring that there's growth, and then the money we're looking for will come. There's money, the blue economy. So let's go back to our definition. The sustainable use of ocean resources. The ocean has a lot of resources. Those resources are within the ocean. Those resources are also above and around the ocean, and those resources are also adjacent the ocean. If I wanted to define the blue economy simply to the average Nigeria, I would say everything water, whatever is inside the water, your fishes, your shrimps, those living organisms and plants, whatever is beneath at the bottom of the water, the resources you can mine from it. Whatever is on top of the water, your ability to carry out transportation activities. And then, of course, the fallout effects of what happens on the coasts or the adjacency value of water, meaning coastal communities, trading taking place along that line, the development of estates along that line, hubs. That entire ecosystem would be my own definition or explanation of what the blue economy means, so that the average Nigerian understands it and appreciates it, because Nigeria is a coastal state. Nigeria is supposed to be thriving via the blue economy. That is the understanding we are yet to inject fully into our minds. Many people live in Lagos but don't even have that appreciation that Lagos used to go by the appellation state of aquatic splendor. Now that sounds like a mouthful, But that's blue economy. So those are your ocean resources. And it says when we use these ocean resources, certain things must happen. First, economic growth. Second, improved livelihoods. There are people living around water bodies that are worse off. That is not blue economy. That's like brown economy. They are worse off. So that's not blue economy. It must improve their livelihoods. So whether it is to enable them go to schools, go to good schools, get medical support, and be as comfortable and have some measure of decency, improved livelihoods, it's a factor. And then, of course, it must create jobs. Jobs. It must create jobs. Employment, so that the people within that area can have a decent means of getting income to sustain their lives. And then, lastly, it must also preserve the health of the ocean ecosystem. Prepare your minds to go into the blue economy. From a real estate standpoint, you must understand what the blue economy actually means and what the 5 key elements represent. So that when you design projects, when you plan projects, when you propose or market or execute projects, all these elements must be there. So if you're building marinas, for instance, because those are the things we should begin to take for granted along our coasts. If you are building seaside estates, luxury estates, hotels, which cost so much more to be in, or take, we shouldn't go too far, take the Eco Atlantic, for instance. If you're doing all of this, you must keep in mind whether you're participating as a financier or participating as a transaction advisor or participating as an actual builder. You must keep these things in view. Sustainability, economic growth, which is where you make your money, improving the livelihoods of those within that context, making sure that you're asking yourself, how many jobs are we creating? And then ensuring that matters such as pollution are addressed. We take a look at our water, there's so much that needs to be done in that regard. Plastics in waters everywhere. These things have to be looked at collectively to ensure that we meet the definition of what the blue economy actually represents. I'm going to move on by showing us some facts and figures concerning the blue economy and why it is such an imperative. Globally, the blue economy is worth about $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion globally. Africa has managed, according to the AFDB, to capture about 296 of that economic value. And then Nigeria is positioned as having 10% of that. Understandably, we have a very expanded coast. From Badagry here in Lagos to Bakassi in Cross River or thereabouts, 853 kilometers. These are just conservative estimates to show us the potential. $30 billion. Can the blue economy bring us at least $1 billion? $1 billion is how much in Naira terms? 1.5 trillion? Is it? 1.5 trillion. These are the considerations, these are the things we must have at the back of our minds as we engage in this conversation. And I'm hoping, which is going to form one or two of my recommendations, that FIABC can begin to take the lead. Not just in advocacy. We are past the stage of advocacy. We are way behind. I'm talking now about engagement, reaching out. Yes, we need policies, but don't wait for policies. I remember one of my famous motivational quotes. I used to do a lot of motivational speaking when I first started out some 25 years ago. It says, I couldn't wait for my ship to come in, so I had to swim out to it. I couldn't wait for success to come to me. Yes, that's the exact quotation. I used to use it back then. If you ever read the Achievers Manual that I published back in the day, I couldn't wait for success, so I had to swim out to it. So, FIABC, NIESB, that's the mindset you must have. You do have government officials here. I am sure for a state like Lagos, Lagos is the center of excellence. Lagos always leads. There are some policy initiatives. We see that even in the various designations. But there are some policy elements that you are going to have to be the one to prod them to do. That's why it's called private sector-led initiative. 13 years ago, Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, because he wanted to deliver packages swiftly, after starting Amazon Prime, which was one-day delivery, was not satisfied with just one-day delivery, wanted instant delivery. So what did he do? He started test-running drones to deliver packages within 30 minutes. That was 13 years ago. So 2002, 2025, 13 years ago. So 2012, I beg your pardon. And 60 Minutes had an interview with Jeff Bezos, and he said, look, I've done this. The problem that we have is that the FAA, that's the Federal Aviation Administration, they are so far behind. What you have just test run is confusing them. Think about it. Sometimes it has to be that way. Sometimes it has to be that way. That's why it's called a partnership. Government needs all the partnership it can get from those of us in the private sector. All the partnership. And don't just sit back and wait for policies. You can no longer rely on just advocacy and appeal. You've now got to move into engagement. And when we're talking of engagement, you're saying, for instance, FIABC, we're going to visit the governor of Lagos State. Lagos is a coastal city. We have some leverage. Some of our members are in the cabinet. We are not going there to say, Mr. Governor, as you know, the blue economy is this, that, and the other, and we need to tap into it. The ship has left the shore on that long ago. Kenya is doing far better than we are. We are behind, but we have the mass to actually, once we get it right, overtake any African nation. You are going to say, if you can open up this space for us, PPP arrangement, the final say on occupancy is the governor. The same way we have succeeded in building estates out of nowhere. There are places that are estates today that 10 years ago, if you mentioned it, I still cringe. That you mean there's an estate there. Would I love to live in those places? But when you see the drone view of those estates, when you hear people telling you that they live there, it's a miracle what the real estate sector has been able to accomplish. And we now know from the current rebasing of the GDP, the preliminary submission is that real estate has what? Has overtaken oil and gas in terms of GDP performance. That should tell us that there's something there. We should all be paying attention to it. So you've worked this miracle on the land. We're saying it's time to take your miracle prowess to the waters. Is it going to be easy? No. If you have to help the public officials with writing the policy, write it. Thankfully, we have enough technology to help shape a lot of these things. With the advent of artificial intelligence, we can quickly on a dashboard see what global best practices are and make the necessary adjustments. So you have to needle them. Absolutely, you have to needle them. Because sometimes the public sector is usually a laggard. Jeff Bezos wanted drone delivery, FAA couldn't catch up with it. I'm told that drone delivery just started in the UK last year or 2 years ago. The private sector has to be very aggressive. And that's why I use the term engagement over just advocacy. Because at the advocacy level, we're talking. At the engagement level, you are putting something on the table. And you are placing a challenge on the table. To say, give us this space. Give us this. Clear this space. If all you can do is open it up with the most minimal infrastructure as your own investment in this partnership, do it. And then we can take it off from there. All right, so the next thing I want us to focus on, I want to show us a picture of some of our maritime assets as a nation, to just give us that level of clarity as to what we are sitting on and as to what we actually have in our possession as a nation. So here are some of our maritime assets. 853 kilometers of coastline. We've mentioned that. Those 8 littoral states, Lagos, Ogun State, Ondo State, Delta, Rivers, there is Akwa Ibom, my state. Although I think I'm more of a Lagosian than an Akwa Ibom person because I was born and brought up here, and I'm not sure they've seen me in my state. Over 10 years, 15 years. Even when I worked in NIMASA had an office and projects there. It was those projects I was unfortunately not able to go and participate in. Cross River is also there. Bayelsa is there. We have 8 of these states. So we have what I call the keys of the Atlantic. And international law says that from the coastline right to 200 nautical miles, everything around the waters, inside the waters, belongs to us. Everything. So everything you can build there in terms of real estate is yours. And by the way, I was talking with my friend Bidemi this morning. I said, look, I have a slightly different view to the concept of real estate than the general one, which is, if we talk about real estate, it means that you own landed property and all that. That for me, real estate is permission to mint something. In this case, to mint money. That's what it is. Now, at the School of Eloquence, we have a license from the NBC to operate a TV channel called the Achievement Channel. And on that license, it says nationwide. What do you think MTN's real estate is? It's not the mass or the masts and what have you. Its real estate is where? The airwaves. That is MTN's real estate. And that's why they say everywhere you go. That's real estate. So we need to begin to look at all of this. And I want to challenge you. So if I have a TV license that says nationwide, that means that my real estate, as far as broadcasting is concerned, is that space. The NBC gave us that license the same way the NCC gave MTN that license. And it's the same way the governors give you what? C of O. Because you know that the land is not permanently yours. Now, I don't know that I'm giving some governors ideas to begin to give water CFOs or blue CFOs here. But anyhow, if they use it, they should make sure they pay me because so water itself is real estate. That's what we're saying. Because we're talking economics here. And until we begin to think ocean-centric views, we may not be able to translate our success on land to the sea. So we have 8,500 kilometers of inland waterways. Now, this is very interesting. So when we talk about the blue economy, it's not just what happens along the coast. The coastline is the frontier. That's why I believe very strongly that it is the 8 littoral states that represent the actual frontiers for the blue economy. FIABC find a way to engage with each of these states, understand their needs, do a proper needs analysis as it relates to real estate. That is going to be your linkage. Because what we're trying to do here is simply convergence. How do we bring about a convergence of real estate prowess with blue strength, which is our comparative advantage? When we say blue, we're talking about the waters, and then create an economic outcome that rewards the players, and also do it in a sustainable manner that provides employment and uplifts the livelihood of all parties involved. This is the thinking of the blue economy. So the 8 littoral states are the frontiers, but inside the country, within the country, I call those 20 states, all connected by water, inland waterways network. We call them the blue corridors. 20 states in Nigeria can be linked within free water. And we have 8,500 kilometers of these inland waters. So think about those top two, 853 kilometers coastline, and then 8,500 kilometers in-house. I'm going to spare you most of these others and then show you what I mean. Opportunities of the blue economy. This is our coastline. And there are cities everywhere here. There's Badagry, Ojo. These are all coastal, potentially coastal cities, because that's where we are going to, coastal cities. Look all the way right down to Bakassi. This is what we have for free. Every day we wake up to it. Economic possibilities that will not destroy the environment, that will create more jobs, guarantee more security, because if there's more development along these coastlines, it reduces insecurity. This is where the money is. Of course, I mentioned earlier on about what we have, our inland waters. So, my dear friends, I want to quickly point you to the buckets of blue opportunities. Let me tell you, you think you have made money, You haven't made money. If you're a long-term thinker and you can take or make the first mover's advantage, and of course, real estate business is a long-term business. This is where the money is. Every time I travel abroad, I pay more for the hotel room I stay in, as long as that hotel is closer to a water body, than I pay for a regular hotel where normal people like you and I stay. Why? Blue economy. There's always a blue tax. We are enjoying this fresh breeze. I stayed at one hotel in Greece called Kiani Acti 2 years ago when I attended Posidonia, which is the annual event on maritime, on shipping globally. Because the Greeks are the leaders. The Greeks control about 30% of shipping globally. That's why they could manage their major economic crisis. Their economy, their maritime strength, their blue strength was out of this world. Countries like Singapore, all they are doing, 25% of maritime labor, seafarers. So imagine what those young boys from ships are repatriating. It gets to a point where nobody is bothering about revenues that government is collecting, but the collective effect, the collective blue effect from blue activity is significantly flowing in. I'm not just talking about trickle down when one person makes $1 million. No, that's trickle down economics. It's risky, it's unpredictable. But when it is a flow, and it flows, you know that everything in that hemisphere is going to feel the effect of the current. That's the power of the blue economy. So when we are showing you this rug of water that we are lifting, we are showing you that, let me use a Yoruba expression, Nkombembe. That's what we're telling you. That's what we're telling you. So it's a bucket of blue opportunities. So I'm just going to leave you, before I go into Q&A, by just showing you the 10 buckets of blue economic activities so that you can decide which one you want to fetch from. The 10 buckets. That's why we call this an expanse economy. You don't need to be too sophisticated, having learned special drilling skills to participate. Just look for which bucket is nearest to your capability and begin to show interest. So what are those 10 buckets? At the Blue Economy Academy, I founded the Blue Economy Academy after my time in NIMASA. I said to myself, okay, I've had government experience, and it was a fantastic privilege, and I'll always be thankful to my boss, Dr. Jamo, who fought tooth and nail. He fought his way to ensure that I took up that job, up to the point of getting my wife involved. You know, when your wife comes and says to you, why don't you rethink it? It means that even in your house, you can lose elections. I'm telling you. That's what it means. And so I took on that job, and I learned a lot because I actually participated. All the things we did, we came up with a document called From Crude to Blue. I was sharing that with the chairman, with the chairman of Lagos FIAPSI. Sorry, Lagos NIESB earlier on. And so these are the buckets I want to show you at the Blue Economy Academy, which was what I started after I left NIMASA. And look, I don't want this knowledge to go to waste. Let's begin to share knowledge, inspire people, educate people about the blue economy. So there are 10 buckets, and this is where I'll leave it and take questions. Bucket number 1, as you can see, is what we call blue what? Blue commerce, trade, shipping, movements of goods and services. Can you imagine blue commerce? Moving palm oil to Lagos by sea. It will be cheaper. You'll be able to do more volumes. You'll evade, the usual wahalas on the road I will not mention. And then you'll be able to do so much more. Blue commerce. So transportation itself is one. The second one is what we call blue bounty. Blue bounty simply means aquatic life. In terms of fish, shrimps, and the ton of what you can harvest for food. The third one is what we call blue power. Sustainable energy. Nigeria still has a lot to do in that regards. Renewables, wind farms, and all the rest that we can get. As we're struggling with our power as a nation, it has to be one of the options that we incorporate into our energy mix as a nation. Then the one that I think concerns you the most is blue cities. Coastal infrastructure. Coastal estates. I would prefer to live near the ocean and enjoy the breeze, because the breeze is better if you're nearer the ocean. Have you noticed? It's better. Then you have a host of others. You have blue capital. How do we raise money? And FIAPSI, this is going to be very important for you to engage and encourage your financiers to begin to think in terms of what we call blue bonds. Blue bonds. We have a series of programs at the Blue Economy Academy where we go into each of these buckets. It's a course you take for about a month to understand the total dimensions of the blue economy before you begin to get involved. Blue capital, because our finance institutions need to learn these things. We now have green bonds. There are various ways to raise money, raise capital for your projects. But if your players or if your financiers don't have the understanding and what the rules are, they're not going to be able to provide that support meaningfully. Then there's blue governance and justice, and I'm glad we have a government presence here. There is the kind of awareness that is required to function in that space So lawyers have a place here. If you're a lawyer, I would advise you to begin, if you are serious about the economics of your profession. This is one of the most untapped aspects of the legal profession. I could count the number of maritime lawyers I met during my 3 years at NIMASA. And yet, that was a sector that required so many lawyers in terms of specialization. Not to talk about blue governance and justice. Then Blue Nexus is about biotechnology and all of the various intersections of technological applications to drive the blue economy. Then we have Blue Climate. It's very important for those of us who care about the environment. Thankfully, every state now has a Ministry of Environment, and there are actions being taken because we must be stewards, worthy stewards of the environment. As we take resources from it, we must preserve it so that there will be a place to go back to continue and make it sustainable. And then we have Blue Talents. I mentioned the Philippines. 35% of seafarers in the world today, global supply of seafarers, are Filipinos. Pardon? You consent to it. Thank you very much. They are Filipinos. And you know the interesting thing? In maritime, you get paid in dollars. Because maritime is international. So Blue Talent is there, capacity building there, and then finally Blue Ventures, the kinds of businesses we need to set up. Young entrepreneurs need to begin to think, startups in the blue sector, in the blue economy. So these are the things I want us to understand. It is not in my place to educate you. I am the least qualified to educate you when it comes to the specs of your business in real estate. I've only come here to shed light to help project what the trend is as far as this emerging sector is concerned. It's only emergent for us in Nigeria. It is a sector that has taken hold globally. And to challenge us to begin to think about making Nigeria blue. More blue is what we need. More blue, so that we will not suffer the blues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was another big ocean of knowledge that we have just shared with us today. So we'll take Q&A. Because we don't have so much time, we'll take just 3 people. I know we have more questions, so I'm going to take in the order in which we raise our hands. So I have number 1. Please note that, sir. Do we have any other question in the house? Oh, we are all okay. Are you raising your hand? So number 2, sir.
Okay.
I think that's okay. We are all together. Your name, sir, your family, and your question.
My name is David. Good afternoon, everyone.
You say David?
I represent PIOCCI, the People of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is a global body of 36 million Indians working abroad. And I work the African region. I represent 54 countries from Lagos. Let me tell you, I don't want to have a question. As Professor Ubang said, I'll use the word professor. You know, most of these things, like, you know what you brought, I just want to add some supplements with your permission. Because I know you're a figure of the day, and you're trying really to make it a tomorrow today. Let me add to it. And I want all of us to, you know, see in practicality some of those things what Professor has mentioned today, which many countries have achieved. The first thing what is started with the villages, towns and cities. If you have time to welcome you to India and come to a state called Tamil Nadu, you know, we built a temple from 7,000 kilometers far from Tamil Nadu called Angkor Wat in Cambodia. And those villages, if you see even today, there are houses which are not less than 6 to 8,000 of square feet, the minimum smallest house. Because that shows when you are at the coastal city, you can connect to the whole world. So I just wanted to supplement Professor on this teaching, number 1. Number 2, you know, he mentioned an inland waterways. So Thanks to our current government in India, they are working tirelessly and with safe cost. Not only cost, the headache that we see on Nigerian roads. I just put in one number. You know, for me, India has got a very big coastal, I don't remember the numbers, I think it was 5,000 kilometers or so. So earlier, we used to produce something in Kolkata from eastern part of India and you take to western part of India. It will cost you 15 rupees per kilometer with fuel, toll and all the nonsense on the road. Because to tell you, Nigeria is just a pilot of India, what India used to be for 20 years ago. So we've seen all those things. So today, the same thing, you pay 1.5 rupees. You see how the water line moves and helps us. Yeah, we're studying on the road and the quantity. So, Professor, that is the second feature I wanted to supplement.
Good. Thank you.
The third thing what I wanted to add to this gathering here is, let me tell you, yes, it is not a matter of government. Those who are still sleeping and waiting for the government to do, government may not come. Whose government is that? Who is the representative? Who are those gentlemen sitting on the office? Please, go and engage them. He's right. The whole world is waiting, not for a decade. They have done another decade has done. If you don't engage, the delay is yours. Your country is struggling. You are struggling. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. You see, India is one of the leading maritime nations in the world today. We can't, maritime and blue economy, we can stay here and go on and on and on. As you can see, I still have like 4-5 slides, but again, that's why you have to come to the Blue Economy Academy, because we sit you down and we take you into it to understand what the dimensions are that we're dealing with. Then you take your own slice, your own bucket, and say, look, 10 buckets, I think this one bucket is enough for one lifetime. Let me now begin to drink from it and drill into it. Oceans of opportunities. In fact, think of the ocean this way, or the blue economy this way. Think in terms of vastness, as vast as the seas are, and think in terms of depth. Vastness and depth. That is what defines the true riches that are available with regards to the blue economy.
Thank you so much, Peter. I want to first of all take a lead from what Ms. Lewis, and you are very famous about the sound of your country. Yes, the vastness you describe here, the depth, your country that has understood it and tapping into it. I will tell you, we also understand it here. Unfortunately, we have a lot of bottlenecks that have made us to stand still, and we are not tapping into the resources. And I must tell you that the main source of the strength that we're supposed to receive to tap into the resources is even the major cause of the problem, and that is the government and the bottlenecks we pull around. I was privileged to be present the day that the first inland waterway was launched in Nigeria, somewhere in Ngwaland in Aba. That was about almost 20 years ago. I was there. And then everybody that came was talking about how the economy is going to produce an area that has not been tapped into. You have explained here now how you travel from your country to another country you mentioned, how the developments have sprung up and then dead areas have just come alive. Yes, and that was the target of what was happening at but the time after that date, the whole thing was standing still. The people who were looking this idea, many of them went bankrupt because of the problems they were having with the government. Everybody in government wanted to come and have a piece of the game and forgot what they were supposed to do. Asking for the own, if you don't want to give me part of this whole thing, the whole matter will die. And later, after some years, I was not hearing that, they said the first inland waterway that we launched in somewhere in Kaduna State. One of the ones that was happening in the people that need it most are not even having it. And so, when you talk about the government is, we shouldn't wait for the government, we have to wait for them. Because generally speaking, it's not as if we don't know what we are supposed to do. You are here with packed with knowledge about what we can do, and I'm sure so many of us who, but I've known this. Yes, every day, our eyes are open about the vastness of the economy. And I must tell you, I want you to help us out. How do we navigate ourselves out of this bottleneck? Not by the greed and feed that we greed of people in government. Or is it lack of talent, or is it lack of knowledge? We don't understand. But until that thing is unwound, we will not move into that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As one who has worked in government, I agree with you. Government is that space. Government all over the world is not just Nigeria. Government is always a laggard. We must understand that all over the world. We can argue the degrees to which this happens or that. For instance, you have in America now, the government wants to create a Department of Government Efficiency because it feels, the current administration feels things are not as efficient as they should be. That's the nature of bureaucracies. That's why I said, that's why I mentioned that quotation, that I could not wait for success. So I swam out to it. Engagement is very important. For instance, one of the things, when we started engaging the state governors, we realized that by going there, telling them, this is what we have on the table that we are about to do, and you might miss out. That was enough to trigger a response. That's why it's a partnership. That's why I said advocacy will not cut it anymore. We've got to think engagement. There's no government you will go to and put some value on the table and there will not be some level of conversation. Because here's the mindset of those in government, that when you come to them, it's as if you are looking for something. That's the typical mindset. But we now need to reverse that look, we are bringing something. There are 8 neutral states. FIABC cannot engage with all 8 and not get a positive response from at least one. Through its network, its alums, probably there might be a FIABC member, maybe honorary member, that is a governor or a deputy governor or secretary to the governor or an influential person in government or in one party politics or the other. There has got to be. Because what I found is that everyone is connected to everyone. But the question is, are you willing? Are you ready? That's what needs to happen. So engagement will trigger things. It might not be enough of what you want, but that can start the process. I can say that out of experience, that the 1 or 2 private sector people that came, for instance, she's late now, and God bless her soul, bless memory, Lady Margaret Orakusi. Now, if you go to somewhere around Oyigbo, there's a jetty being built there. I don't know the state of that jetty now. During my time in Nimasa, Margaret Orakusi was probably one of the very few persons I could count the stakeholders that didn't come to Nimasa asking for something, looking for a contract or asking for anything. When she came, she was putting on the table, we could see the maritime projects she was doing, and the concern for us was how to not miss out. How to not miss out, we needed to at least find a way to associate with what was going to become a success. She had land cleared, that place was a massive heap of refuse. And she had reclaimed land, she had already cleaned the environment, she was doing that with NIWA and other agencies, and Nimasa had an environmental role to play. I was a special advisor to DG on strategy and communication. It wasn't something it wasn't something I had to struggle with. She had already made a compelling case. This was not somebody coming to take. This was somebody coming to say, look, I've already gone ahead of you guys. It just so happens that I need you to sign off on this or that. This train has already left. We need more of that mindset if we are going to succeed. Success does not come easily. We all have to go out. That's why I said we have to swim out to it. Kogi State is a confluence state. It even makes it a greater, for instance, I mean Kogi as an instance. Visit the governor. If what you have to use to bring him into the fold is giving an honorary membership or whatever it is, and then you're laying it at the table and it's clear. So I can't go into the nitty-gritty, but it's a mindset that we have to adopt because government is slow. We have to get ahead of it. That's one of the things that I learned, and that's why I want to encourage and to say, don't be discouraged. Engage and demand. We have senior government officials. I think the two of them have left. The next conversation should be, all right, this is what we are planning to do. We know you're already doing this and that. There's a point of convergence. Let me give you a typical instance. When we visited, the DG of NIMASA then, Dr. Jamo, visited the governor of Lagos on the Blue Economy Project, for instance. I was on that team. The governor said, okay, you know what? I could be interested in Blue Talent, which is, what's it called now? Seafarers. Training of seafarers. But we already have a maritime academy in Oron. But we don't mind being, what do you call it now? A mini campus in Lagos. I can provide infrastructure. I can provide whatever it will take. I can provide buildings, whatever it will take. Now, what was missing in that meeting was a FIABC-like party. Let's say a CIPM, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, because we're talking talent here, that could have just brokered it. Now, what could have happened, or the expectation of governance would have been that maybe someone on the Lagos team, in doing their job, would have made that connection. My governor is ready, NIMASA is ready. How do we create this linkage? But because it was government talking to government, can you see what's happening? That match did not light. This 4 years down the line. That's why I'm saying we cannot, the stakes are too high for us to leave it totally to them. We must up our game. Because if CIPM has said, oh, we have the database, we are the warehouse of manpower development in Nigeria. All right? So do we need to create an agency? Do we need to create a special purpose vehicle? Whatever it is, that's where private sector would have come to lead it. And that's why I'm saying to FIABC that you are in a unique position right now to spark off these engagements. And one thing I want to encourage you to do is to set up a Blue Economy Committee within your body to focus on this and to begin to take some steps. So there are lots of irons in the fires, but we have not connected the dots. The linkages to spark them into life is what's missing. And the problem is that we are waiting for civil servants who, by their default status, is their wheelbarrow-like. You know what a wheelbarrow, you have to lift it and push it. And when we need to do that, we must do it. Because you are investing, your resources are going into this. So it is in your interest to help drive the policy, if policy is what is needed. If policy is the only thing remaining, to help drive it, it is in your interest. So you must find a way to have a seat at the table. That's how this works. Otherwise, we'll keep preaching it as you've continued to say, and nothing will come out. For me, as the founder of the Blue Economy Academy, what I have, NIMASA in 3 years was like my PhD in maritime and blue economy. As a technician, I know how it works. And what we have done at the Blue Economy Academy is to translate that into modules of learning, but in a very functional way. Not academic now. These are the things you can begin to do. Calls you can begin to make. Just like you have Lagos Business School. As you're finishing a program in Lagos Business School, you're already seeing results from the network, the connections, and what have you. So So most of us have access to governance. How are we using the access? How are we leveraging it to move industries and sectors forward? So I feel you, sir, because I've been there. I know what it's like. But what I also know is that if we want something, we have to get up and move the needle. Otherwise, in 5 years' time, we'll be back here and we're still discussing this. And I hope that FIABC can begin to make the move in engagement terms. And let's begin to see. I want to see the president of FIABC Africa and Nigeria in Bayelsa with the governor. And then a statement that, okay, we are giving you this plot to develop as a test blue city. Then FIABC, your network, your members, with all of the connections, can we do this? Let's see what it will look like. And I can tell you, the governor of Ogun State, once he sees that, he will call Mr. Adele and say, are you not my brother again? What happened? I'm seeing you in Bayelsa. That's how things work in this country. Well, I'm seeing you in Bayelsa. What happened? You are from this state. That will be the next question. I can tell you from my state that if they see me doing this, they will ask, and you are from this state and you have never, they will accuse me as if it is my fault. But the point I'm making is there are things we can do. There are low-hanging fruits. Let's take them first and let the policy and the bureaucracy catch up. They are lagging indicators. They are laggards.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm done. One take.
Yeah. Sorry, we just have one more question.
One more? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Reverend Dr. David. I'm from New York City. My question to my honorable, you are very inspiring, your message, and eloquent. My question is, I've been watching and I see the ocean bringing dollar in. Now, luckily, I'm one of the contact persons in New York City when it comes to affairs of Nigeria and Africa. My question to you, my honorable, how can we be in safe haven when it has to do with honest person to deal with in Nigeria? Now, I want to see or hear from the panel, who can we get in touch with when we want to get property here that we won't cultivate in empty barrel, that we pay and we don't get nothing in return? Fortunately, I'm very close to the Black American business people and developers. And I think before COVID, the main Sanwo-Olu came to the US to ask for people of business. And unfortunately that I was there as one of the people that he spoke with. Now I want to see how you can make it that we will have confidence in Nigeria when we're talking of real estate. Because we have big real estate developers that they are interested in Nigeria real estate. I was invited to Nigeria Embassy last year. They urged me to use my influence to bring business people to Nigeria. Where our problem started from is the consulate, where they can't get visa because they contacted visa to a private company. So now, if you can advise me, so I carry the message home, that we are safe to do business with Nigeria or Africa particularly, that these are the list of people we can deal with, that we can sleep without open one eye.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Reverend. We appreciate your question. It's always a germane concern because these are investments that we're talking about here. I think you are already in the right space. You're already in the right space. Because when you make plans of the nature that you have indicated, and by the way, New York City is one of the leading blue economy centers in the world. I mean, in terms of what happens between New York and New Jersey, their port and what goes on there. So you've come to the right place in terms of a professional, having access to the right professionals to guide you in that. And so you'll be meeting with the presidents of the two presidents, FIAPSI Africa and Near East. Mr. Dele is here. He's going to work with you. And then, of course, Mr. Opatola is here as well. So here you have both FIAPSI, which is the international body for real estate practice. And then you also have members of the NIESV, that's the Nigerian Institution for Estate Surveyors and Valuers. So you are in good company. So I hope that addresses your concern. Before I leave, I want to reference something I watched 2 weeks ago on television. It was in Enugu State. The governor of Enugu State and the owner of Landmark. Gentlemen, that's a man that understands what is under that blue rug. That's a man that understands the blue economy. I've never met him. I just saw it, and by the time I turned to it, I saw the governor, and what I could hear was Nike Lake Resort, and I saw Landmark. I didn't need to watch it any further. I could establish what was about to happen. And that's also a governor. That's why I said, go to the governor. The governors are the key to the blue economy. Let's be clear. Yes, we will eventually have a national policy. It's taken a while in coming. We had started that some 3 years ago, from NIMASA to the ministry then, and then under the chairmanship of the then vice president. We had a couple of meetings, but then of course, the tenure elapsed or ended, and then here we are. So we will get there. But don't wait for the policy. Write your own policy and start to execute, and then converge. There will be a convergence. But if you wait for the policy, it comes in 10 years. Uninvested resources will go latent. So blue economy will allow you to broaden your mix of portfolio in this business, and you need it. No investor sticks only to a singular line of investment. So here we see a man who encountered a very painful, and let's agree with that, setback. That was actually a thriving blue economy endeavor. Things happen. But here we also see a man who is resilient as the seas, as the waters. Who then says, okay, this has happened. Rather than throw his hands up in the air, blame, whatever, accuse, he locates another playing field, another watery playing field, a blue playing field. Nike Lake Resort in Enugu used to be a very fantastic place. And here we see a man, that's a blue economy, that he decides to move from the coast, because Landmark was on the coast, and decides to say, well, if the coast is giving me stress because of the construction of the Lagos, that's the coastal highway, which in itself, if accomplished, or when accomplished, will actually add significant value. But do not wait. We don't know when it will be accomplished. The man goes from the coast, from the coastal side to the blue corridor. That is how this game is played. How? Sitting down with the governor. The governor did not need to think twice. This man has something on the table. Gentlemen, that's the point we are making. He engaged, he didn't advocate. So I want to encourage us, and I look forward to our continued relationship, because already NIESB, FIAPSI have, even though they've not given my certificate yet, I have it. I can walk in at any time. And I want to assure you, from the School of Eloquence to the Achievement Channel and to the Blue Economy Academy, we will always continue to support you, to work with you. We've got loads of programs, and ensure that we drive this together, because this is what will save Nigeria. It's what that will save Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us continue with the organic round of applause. Thank you very much, sir.
Who's going to talk with us, who will lead the discussion, let me say it that way. As you're one of us in the industry, so there is nothing you are going to hear today is probably through practical experience, because he has passed through several ladders in this industry. One, he worked as a SA media to the master DJ, Dr. Jamo. That was his last port of call. And thereafter, before then, he had a school in Lagos, a very thriving school, called School of Eloquence and Communication. I'm sure most of you have been hearing of it. That's the owner, the proprietor of School of Eloquence and Communication. His name is Dr. S.N. Ubong. So let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
His paper or his discussion this morning is very broad, because I know he has navigated well in the industry. And when we were discussing, I told him, listen, I beg, so many things are involved. You have to go through the nitty-gritty. In fact, his paper is 4 papers in one. So it's going to be holistic. Sir, the people you see here are staff of PR unit of Nigerian Shippers Council. Most of them are in Lagos, some of them are in Kano, Abuja, Bauchi, Port Harcourt. All where they have zonal offices, they have PR people in those offices. So the head of PR assembled them to come and share perspectives, share ideas on how to go forward, which is a normal routine. So we'll now give you the floor to start your conversation with us. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir. Let me start by extending my respect to Head of PR. Madam, thank you for this wonderful initiative. And that's what leadership is about in terms of building the team. So I want to say well done for leading this charge in this regards. And then to all of you, my colleagues in this business of communication, we are communicators, all of us here. That's really the crux of who and what we are. And that's the essence that we represent. The PR function is essentially an element of the entire communication architecture. And I hope that as we engage in these conversations, one of the things that I am looking forward to doing is to engender a paradigm shift. Having had the privilege, having been a private sector person and then I had the privilege to serve in the public space, I'm always excited when I'm asked to come back to join these conversations because of the benefit of both worlds. And I have seen from experience, I think August will make it 2 years since I left NIMASA. I've seen from experience that each time I pop into meetings like this and speak, it's always so enlightening, even for me, to think and realize what I could have even done differently when I was in service. So it is my hope that we would at least have that paradigm shift, because without it, we will continue to run the same clock again and again and again. So that's one of the reasons why I opted for us to have a more interactive, engaging decoupling of the subject matter. After this, I will still send you a paper. The paper will reflect what happened here. I will send the paper formally through my colleague here to the team that will put into place a clear picture of things that you can begin to do and to implement. So I'm very thankful for the privilege of joining you here this morning. As I said, I do have a bit of history with the Nigerian Shippers Council, not even a bit of history. It's a rich one, especially during the time of Malam Hassan Bello. I remember that we had about 2 cohorts from the Nigerian Shippers Council come to the School of Eloquence to be trained on public speaking and presentation skills. It was, I would say, an across the agency participation. There were people from finance, people from consumer support, there were people from PR. You were in that program as well. I remember very well. It was a very good program. I remember some of the faces. I remember Monica. Is Monica still in the system? I remember Emeka Ogaba and painfully the late, no, it was in the PR, the late, no, not Patricia. Is it Eunice? And I've forgotten his full name. Yes, Eunice, yes. Yeah, was in training, yes, sadly. So we do have that history of maritime. My life in maritime has been a very interesting one. I never knew that I would eventually work in maritime, but I had always supported so many people in the sector. They would come to the School of Eloquence, then we're in GRE Ikeja. We've moved to Ikoyi now, and we would just work. Little did I know that the sea was calling. And by 2020, when Dr. Jamo became the DG of NIMASA, he practically ambushed me and said, you have to come in and work. And I'm thankful as I look back to him for insisting, because I said no for 5 months, but for insisting. And I'm very grateful for that experience. And sometimes you need people like that in your life, because it gave me a whole new career in the blue economy. So I'm very grateful for that. So today we're going to converge. We're going to converge communication tactics, essentially. Even though you're referred to as the PR unit, we're going to converge communication dynamics into that space in our port community system, where Shippers Council operates as the economic ombudsperson. The amazing thing about the maritime ecosystem is that everybody has got their space. For us back then in the NIMASA, it was all about safety and what have you. But for you, it's pure economics. And so, as we start this conversation to engender a paradigm shift, the first thing I want you to note is that you must see yourselves as communicators, first and foremost. Why am I making this point? The typical tendency when you look at the PR architecture of a number of government agencies and entities, it's a default mode, is that, yes, in terms of the PR function, we are almost always on crisis mode. Have you noticed that? We are either praying that something does not go wrong, and when something goes wrong, a lot of the times it catches us flat-footed. So we are constantly playing catch-up. We are constantly in reactionary mode. So we call the press, put out a press release. We are constantly just sending all of these information out for it to circulate. That's what typically happens. And the maritime space being such a volatile operating environment, because there are just so many players doing so many different things, from security to safety to trade, so much just keeps going on. We're here, a lot is going on. We have no clue what's going on. So our thinking must evolve into a more strategic pattern that envisages, that plays the devil's advocate, that anticipates, that just sits down. Maybe in your office, 2-3 of you can just sit down and just begin to throw up scenarios. Scenario thinking must be part of how you operate. Why? So that when it's time for the actual PR function, because it is a leg in the entire communication system, you'll be able to use PR to service the needs of the publics in a way that it burnishes your reputation, rather than trying to use PR as a tool to solve all forms of crisis that requires communication. So we need to think broadly. Because if we keep relying on that PR mentality, most of what we'll be doing will be clean-up business. How many of you agree with me on that? It's the tendency to always clean up. So first and foremost, the paradigm must shift. You are communicators. And by that, it also means that you are strategists. You must begin to have a very strategic disposition to things. When I worked with my principal, back then the master, I would sit down, sometimes I'll sit down with him at home and tell him, what if as we sit right now, some seafarers are being kidnapped? Right now. We don't know what's happening out there on the ICs. And he said, why are you thinking that? I said, it's my job, it's communication. What we need to anticipate, because these are part of the occupational hazards. What if, as you see it right now, there is a very serious argument or a very serious rift between port operator A and freight forwarder B that had probably been brewing some 3 months ago when the vessel left China with the cargo. Because your business, really, the football in your playing field is cargo. That's the football. In your playing field is cargo. And the players, typically your terminal operators and the shippers. And the enabling law that sets you up says, first and foremost, protect who? Protect the shipper. But you have evolved over time to realize that beyond protecting the shipper, you need to have your hands on the entire economic activities within the port community. Hence the role of a PER, Port Economic Regulator. These things are going on. What we just do not know. And so the thinking, as I said, you must think communication, and then your mindset must be more strategic. It must be communications and strategy, or strategic communication. PR being a leg. We will know when to deploy PR. So what if between terminal operator A and freight forwarder B right now, you know your players, you have your database. By now, the expectation is that you know where the potential challenges could be. You know where the hotspots in that economic space in the port could be. So what if right now this is happening? And it's sounding like an irreconcilable problem. And these entities are powerful in their respective rights to also use the media to put it out there that we are being overcharged by this particular port operator. Charges that do not exist, charges that are opportunistic. So what I'm doing, I'm just scenario painting now. What if that's going on and you didn't get to have a sense of it. Do you have, and this is the question I'm asking you, a playbook for dealing with such a situation from a communications standpoint? We're not talking about the units in charge of consumer protection and what have you. The PR unit must have its own playbook that it has developed strategically by thinking out these scenarios. They may happen, they may also not happen. But we are strategists, we are in the game, in the business of envisaging and anticipating most times the unthinkable happening, and then bracing ourselves in the event that it happens. That's what it means to be proactive. Great communicators have strong proactive behaviors. We have to be proactive. That's part of how we change our paradigm. That's part of how we change the mindset, the approach. We move ourselves out of that space, and the reasoning becomes different. If you are able to make this leap or this transition in disposition, let me tell you what happens. It begins to cascade into, number one, how you operate inter-unit or interdepartmentally. It changes the kind of question or the kind of data or the kind of information request you make of your other departments and units that are on the front lines. Why? Because you're looking at the matter strategically with a view to a certain outcome. And what is that outcome? You want the perception about Shippers Council to be in alignment with the mandate of Shippers Council. Because that is the journey as to how you begin to become a brand, which is what our conversation is all about here. For most government agencies, there is always a potential misalignment between what they stand for and what they are doing and what they represent in the minds of their audience. For most. So it takes a lot of conscious work. So I'm taking you back to first order of business. You are communicators, and so the paradigm must shift. It's bigger than just public relations. Far, far bigger. More so now that the country has adopted the model beyond a Ministry of Transportation to say it is now marine and blue economy. So it is a wide expanse of an entire ecosystem. A wide expanse. At the Blue Economy Academy, which one of the things I started when I finished my service, we're looking at 10 buckets. It's so massive. It's 10 separate areas. There's a lot going on. And you play in about 5 of those, from commerce to regulation, trade, innovation. As an economic regulator within the port system, your role straddles so many of these areas. So we must start first by adjusting the paradigm, the mentality, the approach, the thinking has to be different. Otherwise, we'll constantly keep just sending out press releases, responses, firing emails, calling journalists to do a special interview with our chief executive and all of that. Those things are good, but they are transactional. They are good. They have a place, but they are transactional. That should not be what defines us. We need to change the game by changing our disposition. So we have to look at our role, our function. Because what that designation as Port Economic Regulator gives to you is saying that right up to our tables with regards to this water that we drink, agree that the content of the water might have been procured locally, but the raw material for this container may have likely been imported, or at least some element here, even if it is just the branding. What that is saying to us as the Port Economic Regulator is that your impact doesn't even end in the ports. It ends on our dinner tables. it ends at even the point of purchase and consumption. So how you regulate and how you or how Nigerian Shippers Council regulates and how you as a public relations unit or the communications arm communicates must be in alignment. And so we need to begin to roll back and challenge our current paradigm that puts us into the thinking, the reasoning, and the acting as communicators who are driven essentially by a sense of a strategic outlook. Part of it includes scenario painting. If we do that, it changes our modus operandi within the organization. That for me is the first point, or should I say the first challenge I want to lay down. And I hope that it carries on into your conversation, since this is a retreat, to ask yourselves, in what ways can we challenge how we look at things? And I say this also out of experience. Being able to change that mindset requires, as a communicator, you deal with issues either in anticipation or practically immediately as they arrive. In the media space, there's a newsroom mentality. None of you should be sleeping with your two eyes closed. None of you should be sleeping with your two eyes closed. Because, number one, we're a government agency. Number two, we are there to render services. And number three, in that your ecosystem, or in this our ecosystem, I don't know why I keep using the word here, I'm still part of, this is still my constituency. In this ecosystem of ours, the stakeholders are not pushovers. They are not pushovers. They are not small fries that you can just wish away their issues or just sort of like take your time in dealing with. There could be ramifications. So the paradigm must change. I'm happy for us to engage in very practical, functional terms with ideas. We can open this bit up a bit for some discussion as to what are some of the practical things that we need to do. Remember, our goal is focused on branding. How do we move the Nigerian Shippers Council into a brand? Well, let me read out the topic that was sent to me for discussion, as it gives us an additional sense of perspective. So we said, promoting the Nigerian Shippers Council, Port Economic Regulator, as a brand. As a brand, using PR, public relations, to manage and safeguard its corporate reputation, addressing and managing crisis while staying ahead of the competition. No wonder I said there are 4 topics. There are 4 topics in one, so we've got to address this as strategically as possible. But for me, as I looked at all of this, it just, in very simple terms, was saying to us as a topic, how Nigerian Shippers Council can build a good name, protect it, and stay ahead. That's what it means. How do we build a good name? We protect that name, and then we stay ahead of the competition, of the various challenges that we're likely to meet and to face. So with that in mind, let me hear from this group. Perspective, current experiences. I'll take 1 or 2. I've made the first point, and that is we need a paradigm shift. Do we agree to a large extent that the model has to adapt? And I say that because I was responsible for an entire PR unit during my 3 years in NIMASA. So it was constantly a bit of a challenge, and one of the things I tried to encourage the team to do was that, look, You cannot go to sleep at 5 p.m. You can't. Because number one, a number of things, and let's level with each other here. Your principal will constantly be under attack, whether you like it or not. For good reasons, for whatever, especially for political reasons. We know that. Because those roles, that's what it comes with the terrain, especially in the maritime sector. Is your responsibility to defend, to protect, because you want the attention on the organization and what it is doing. Number two, the potential volatilities in your modus operandi in the sector, going on at the ports, going on along the entire environment of the ports. Matters like congestions that we used to deal with back then. Thankfully, Apapa has so improved. I visited Apapa 3 weeks. I couldn't believe that it took me, less than 20 minutes from Ikoyi to get to Apapa. I was pleasantly surprised. So kudos, Shippers Council. I expect that was part of a major stride in terms of your work, because when that congestion was a problem, it was really more of an economic problem it was creating. That's what it was creating. And whose lap does it fall to? Nigeria Shippers Council. Because the port doesn't just end inside the port. The contiguities around the port, the enabling factors for quick evacuation of goods, quick in and out, it's your problem. So you could not have afforded to sleep. And so what should be the nightmare scenario for you now is worrying that it could happen again. So what is in your playbook as a PR unit for that? That's why I said the paradigm has to shift to become much more strategic. What if the build-up begin again? How will you communicate it? How will you deal with it? Of course, management will do its job, but from a public relations standpoint, how will you deal with it? Another point I want to ask you, now that we are enjoying that reprieve, the corridors have become very easy to navigate. How are you leveraging it as gains to strengthen Nigeria Shippers Council as an entity so that it becomes a brand? Because what happens is that there is peace in town. Everybody now goes to sleep. Praise God. That peace is gain. So from a strategic communication standpoint, you should be milking it, addressing it, consolidating on it from a public relations messaging standpoint into gains. But you have got to sit down together as a team and with strategic worldview, ask yourself, how do we do this? Because the window of doing that is what you can actually cash into your brand equity. Because we're talking about how we build this organization into a brand. Everything we do or fail to do as communicators is affecting the brand status, for good or bad. So you can see why I said that the paradigm has to change. It's not just because of handling bad situations. We have to stop doing what I call, or what CNN calls janitorial services. It's CNN that came up with that term, that terminology. Why? During the first tenure of Donald Trump, he would say so many things, and then the White House press unit turned into a PR machine. They were not communicating strategically on issues. So without people like Sarah Sanders, who's now governor in Arkansas, she was always at the forefront. And anytime Trump has gone to say whatever, has done whatever, the next you see her there trying to walk it back And CNN named it aptly. All right, so Sanders was around to, of course, do some janitorial services. We are not janitors. We are communicators. We need to lift our paradigm seriously, because that will help us shape even what our principal is doing. It will help us shape even his approach. You are responsible for your principal, the executive secretary, chief executive of the organization. You are responsible for him because, like in my time in NIMASA, our policy simply stated that the number one public image maker for the agency was the Director General. I don't know if that's the same in Nigerian Shippers Council. The same. That in every organization, the first public image for the organization is the chief executive. So your evolution must be so strong and robust to a more strategic level that it influences the approach of even your CEO and his immediate team when it comes to putting narratives out there and how they do that. It must be that way. So I'm appealing to you to take an open mind to this and begin to challenge yourselves towards this paradigm shift, to being more communicators and more strategic in your approach, whether the situation is good or bad. Because when you are more strategic, even when it's a bad situation, you can turn it around. Not by papering over the cracks. Not by trying to launder the situation. But by acknowledging, accepting, if it's a crisis, for instance, and then positioning what is being done and how you're restoring confidence back into that particular situation. It's still part of strategic thinking. But if you're still transactional, when there's a crisis, the first thing you do is to put up a wall of defense. As you know, in the port system, it's not only Shippers Council that is there. You know, there are the tractors. You begin to look for various other things and trying to skirt the issue. But if you're strategic, you can own the situation and then turn it around. Taking responsibility, showing that you're even taking responsibility to address it is a plus. It's part of what adds towards your brand evolution and your brand equity. So first order of business is the paradigm shift. If that's the only thing I can successfully implant in this team, to go back and create a stir and engender a debate amongst yourselves, I think it will make a world of a difference in directing the flow of how you conduct business communication-wise. So, with that out of the way, let's explore perspectives. I'm going to open the floor for just a few minutes before I go on to my second point. We're going to take this in phases, in buckets, depending on how much time we are eventually allowed. My style, because I've been a teacher all my life, is typically, when they ask me to deliver a paper, I always tell them, he was asking me about the paper. I said, don't worry about the paper. I am the paper. I am the paper. Well, the goal in communication is to address the issue. That's the first goal. Because it's a retreat, that's why I didn't really bother about having a written speech. We will have all that we've discussed. You're going to get it in a clear paper format that strengthens the team. I'm sure by this evening, my team will have something out. I have my camera person doing the filming, so we'll get all of that together, and then we'll have something well structured for you that you can use and develop a playbook, come up with things that can really help the team, galvanize the team, give you that sense of above just PR. We are communicators. So let's deal with this. There's nothing too problematic, too negative that we cannot absorb, we cannot handle. And by the way, you're not the one necessarily responsible for the negative developments. Sometimes bad things happen in some sectors. But how we embrace it and how we take responsibility to communicate with the consistency, the rapidity that it requires, shows how proactive we are and gets us back in charge. So let's share some thoughts. We have agreed that the paradigm needs to change. So what are some of the things that you think you'd like to begin to do to shift the paradigm a little bit after this retreat? The floor is open.
Thank you. It's a conversation. How do you go from here? That's what it's telling you. So you can build up your own personal narratives. Where do you go from here and how do you do it?
So let's look at a scenario. I mentioned earlier on, of course, it will not be appropriate to mention specific names. Terminal operator A, for some reason, unknown to you, without reference to Shippers Council, without clearance to the NSC, tweaked its charges, its tariffs. Whereas Freight Forwarder B, who had initiated a large import, let's say, of wet cargo from China a month prior, based on a prior tariff plan. Because once you've arrived, there comes around other typical problems like demurrage and all of the things that are associated with delays, which freight forwarders don't like, or shippers don't like, the shippers end. And then they find themselves in a stalemate. This had happened for over 3 weeks and gradually began to seep into the press because of the status or stature of the two entities. It began to make for news. And the ramification that by the time the product is distilled through pumps or wherever, rather than go for 500 naira, we're looking at 1,500 naira. And Shippers Council is caught in the middle. How would this team handle it?
Your staff. Put this scenario which happened with Shippers Council about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We were all there when they said One, what in One has increased charges. We were all there.
Okay.
You had it. Okay? Now, at that level, what is just a similar thing asking you, what will be your response level when you hear that type of thing? And suddenly, one of the freight forwarders came about that what Shippers Council, that just they're wasting time, they don't have any responsibility to do. You had it. It was on press. Now he's asking you, at that level, what will be your response level? What will you do?
One way to look at it is, how have you been typically, till now, responding to those kinds of situations? And then what needs to change
from there?
Typically, when I remember during my time in governance, typically when a crisis like that happens, okay, all right, we need to go, let's put out something, let's send something to all of our maritime press, whatever. It's not our responsibility, this, just to at least circulate, at least let our voice be heard that we are in the mix. That's what we used to do back then. I don't know if that is also the experience. But so let's look at it from the way we have been doing it and then ask ourselves, can we do it much more strategically, differently, in a way and manner that we benefit more in terms of our name, in terms of our reputation, in terms of the brand? I didn't want to mention names.
No,
I have to be out of respect for this.
To help you further. You know, in that respect, like the issue of grant we are trying to discuss.
Yes.
Now, first and foremost, I think when it happened, the head of PR first looked at the story and saw that even Shippers Council gave that approval in 2021, in 2021, and the mischief maker in 2025, from nowhere, came and said, how can they be giving improving rate charges by this year? When the economy is bad, the cargo is not coming in, there are a lot of international this thing, and so why should they do that type of thing? Without knowing that this approval was secured in 2021 and met all parameters on ground. So the head of PR said, do I need to respond this? She now had to go to the regulatory, went to consumer, went to the Met, and saw that the man was not on ground. The person who was blowing the trumpet was not on ground. Okay? And then, to place them, they had to still go into the media world and told them, look at the time we gave the approval, and they met all the metrics to get the approval.
Okay.
And this is a process.
So my question, using this scenario, is to then make the point I made earlier on. You can't afford to sleep. Look, in every space, there are good actors and there are bad actors. As communicators, we are the ones playing in this space. We cannot afford to be logical in terms of our approach, thinking that every other player is logical. No. Being paranoid must form part of how you operate. And there are so many scenarios like this. So, a clear case of a bad actor. But who is taking the hit? Who takes the hit for it? It's your brand that takes the hit for it. That's the issue. It's your brand that takes the hit for it. So what that kind of scenario is telling you is that prepare for more. Prepare for more. We don't even know whether somebody has already posted it as we sit here. We don't even know whether someone has already posted something that then causes us a world of pain. So being intentional in terms of space occupation before they get there has got to be part of the strategy. It's eternal vigilance in today's world where anybody can easily claim that they are a journalist. You have to simulate their role. You have to have people on your team playing that devil's advocate. What if has got to be the question that you ask consistently, tirelessly. What if? That's what we used to do back then. I'll just say, what if they kidnap 6 people and 3 of them are Chinese? This is a year where we are applying to join the IMO and all of that. And what if? And people, in fact, who used to call me crazy back then. Why are you crazy? I said, but that's the nature of the business. That's the way that we are in.
Anticipation.
We must be proactive. And being proactive is simply being strategic. That before the enemy gets there, I'd already gotten there and I have a playbook for it. So I'm not just reacting, but I'm dealing responsibly with the situation. So what that is telling us is that our channels of engagement with our various stakeholders must be very intense, must be very vibrant, must be very consistent, so that in some ways we get to know things. It doesn't mean that you will not concede goals. You can win a match and still concede goals through the cracks. But I'm just saying, please, being paranoid has got to be part of how you do business. That's the newsroom mentality. Dealing with breaking news. How do you think these CNN and the rest get to the place where the news is breaking? Because they too, they anticipate. What if something happens here? What if a volcano? If you go to CNN now, they'll tell you they have a playbook for dealing with volcanoes. They have a playbook for dealing with various kinds of accidents should they happen. They have a playbook for coverage or being where in a place like America there's what you call gun violence. That's why they can bring those news. They always seem to be on top of their game.
There's a playbook for it. It's so intentional. And we're saying that has got to be the mentality and the approach. You want to say something, please? Okay. That's got to be the mentality and the approach. It means that, my dear friends, we've got to encourage ourselves a little bit more to lift off beyond our role as public servants. That's just where I'm going to. Otherwise, we'll constantly be in firefighting mode, even when we are innocent, all because of a few bad actors. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything. Someone wanted to say something the other time. You still want to say something, please?
I wanted to say we have to be on the lookout. Shouldn't go sleeping. Our ears should be on the ground.
Absolutely. So let me ask this question. I really meant to ask this particular question of Shippers Council and then the PRT. About 2 months ago, NPA increased its rates by 15%. Of course, justifiably. I mean, they justified they are not having done that in over 30 years. And then, given that the port infrastructures are actually deteriorating and there's a need for that. But what was the most dominant outcry in the media? It was the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. They dominated the space. And it was really giving NPA a lot of heat. Because the argument was very simple. What you have just done, NPA, is to make life more costly for Nigerians. And you see, that is a very simple story that sticks. You don't even need a specialist to craft that press release. You don't even need a press release for that. By increasing your rates, it means that everybody along that value chain will also increase. And who bears the cost? By the time you answer the generality of Nigerians, the common man pays for this. But in fairness to them, it was justifiable because they have to, the money has to come from somewhere. Otherwise, there will be no more ports if we continue at this rate. If the system collapses, what happens? The rates we are all complaining about spending more. We will still come back. We will still all have to spend that more. Only God knows under what circumstances. So I'm putting a question to the Nigerian Shippers Council. What was your position in that development? Because one of the things I did as I was preparing for this paper, I was searching, looking for a statement from Shippers Council.
Listen, let me help you.
And there was radio silence.
Let me help you.
Okay. I'm going somewhere with the issue of silence, but yes.
You know how happens. Now, you see, we have a problem in this country. Mm-hmm. The position of NPA is that I'm the landlord and in charge of the ports and nothing has changed. Mm-hmm. The position of the federal government in terms of trade facilitation, protecting the interests of the shipper and port economic regulation squarely is on Nigerian Shippers Council. Mm-hmm. Now, the federal government has told NPA severally that once it is issue of charges, Shippers Council must be taking, they must tell us what to do. Without considering that, without listening to Shippers Council, they went and raised the charges. Now, Shippers Council played safe. We don't want this interagency struggle. The next thing you will hear everywhere now, they have their money, they have their strength. They may even go to presidency to malign everybody in Shippers Council. You know them. Yes. And you know everybody in that place now. Once you give money, the news changes. Shippers Council went on the ground and wrote them a letter that what you did, if you had passed through us, we could have come together to say, justifying it. Because we know after 30 years, there are some instruments that should be there. and we justify from this, when this naira was this, when this tiger was this, when this, and everybody will be taken into consideration, and it will be a flow. But they didn't do that. So the Manufacturers Association came in and fought them,
and they let the
came back to us and came back to Shippers Council that look, this, say, don't worry, there's nothing, we will sort it out within the agency level.
Okay, all right. So a very important point that you've made, and you've given us a very full background. But you see, NPA decides to do what it wants to do. I want us to treat these scenarios as just neutral developments in terms of things happen. Our interest is the consequence, the ripple effect. If I am a freight forwarder, pure and simple, because Shippers Council, you are supposed to be looking out for me. I hope you get the point I'm making. I'm just giving you a sense of, because you want to build your brand. Your brand is taking all sorts of hits, and chances are that we don't seem to recognize that these things are depreciating our brand equity. They're just happening. That's the thing about brands. A reputation over time, it just forms. And we think that it happened at that last moment when someone pushed it or tipped it over the precipice. No. So things have been building, and then we just got to that apex. So the point I'm making, you've made a very important point. Shippers Council did take action, but in the final analysis, when you look at it critically, if I am playing in this port economic environment, the summary of what has happened was that I did not see anything. This is where communication is coming in. I did not get anything in terms of a narrative that would have come to me from the port economic regulator on this. And the overall summary was that of silence. Now, you could have worked behind the scenes, but how was that translated? Because we are talking brand and perception now. The issue now is perception amongst your stakeholders. That's where I'm going to with this. Could we have, because as I said, I even had to call a few of my friends in the maritime press. What happened? Why? I mean, Shippers Council was quite silent on this. The question is, do you think with this particular scenario, Shippers Council could have acted differently? Not in terms of NPA did what it did, beyond your control, but what could you have controlled better as a public relations unit, as a communications unit, to ensure that your brand did not suffer for another party's decision within that ecosystem? Could you have done anything differently? Let's talk about it. Like what?
For example, I think I was going on a meeting.
Okay.
After meeting
With the stakeholders. Okay. So we could have gotten that out.
Where all the stakeholders were being invited to the Shippers Council. And the NPA came, they explained their position, why they have to increase the tariff, which is 25%. And the NPA man, I was in the meeting, I covered it. He said when he get to his boss in the office, they're going to discuss it with the boss, where a meeting will be held with the chief executive order or the maritime agencies. That was what the man said, the representative of the NPA.
Okay, so that's I'm asking, what could we have done differently with the benefit of hindsight? Yes.
Like this issue, the NPA, by the time they want to sell most of the same house, they already use innovative, and from when they are selling this, why they want to increase the tariff. And secondly, they've already used some certain examples that, okay, these are the things they've already used learning process from other agencies. Why did they increase their own? And they've already built all these things into their claims where this thing must be increased. And because Shippers Council, let me just be neutral here. Because Shippers Council wants to be able to say, you can't do this one to my people.
Yeah.
You can't do this one to my people. But when you look at why NPA want to do some certain things, and you know that it is on the right proportion that they want to do it. Because I want to use two things, because two tariffs came out at the same time. That is the NPA tariff and custom tariff. But immediately they go against it, because both of them said it has never been increased for longer period. But the customs code has been, it's just like a new one that was want to introduce, give to the public. But the NPA have already used some certain innovative, they've already used a learning process before they can be able to say, okay, this is why I want to do this thing. Then we now look at it and now say, okay, if this thing is justifiable, so people are against it, which side are we going to do? It looks like a crisis.
It is a crisis. So the question you should ask yourself, you see, there are a number of things I want us to look at here. Number one is, what is your role in this entire space?
The role, is to protect me.
Yes, that's what the law says you should do. Exactly. And so the next question is, to your stakeholders, the people you are playing to, the people you are serving, how do they perceive you? There are two things here. And so your role in this department is essentially to ensure that there is an alignment between your core function, your core mandate, and the perception. That is what gives you your identity or builds your brand. So that is our interest, and that's why no matter what happens within the NSC, Nigerian Shippers Council, when you are part of those conversations, your voice must be strong enough in making it very clear, because most times you get this misalignment. Things get done, eventually, it's almost like saying that, well, majority will have their way, minority will have their say, that kind of stuff. But the ramifications is where I'm going to in all of this. We can't stop NPA if tomorrow they decide they want to increase or they want to take any other decision that has economic implications. It might not be rate increase. It's true, they are the landlords. You are regulating within their space. That's the truth. You are regulating within their space. You're trying to, because the work that you're doing is bringing sanity into that space where there is always chaos, potentially chaos, all sorts of chaos, whether it's tariffs or what's it called now, damage to goods or services delays, all of the typical problems that go with the business of logistics and shipping. That economic context is very volatile, just like life is volatile at sea when it comes to maritime safety and security. You are the referee there. You are the referee there. And so, making sure that the perception of you to the stakeholders that matter the most is in alignment, that you are an unbiased umpire. How many of us are football fans here? How many of us watch football here? I don't know if you are. Okay, let's say Arsenal is playing Liverpool, two bitter rivals. You switch on your television. You see both teams. Who is the most important person? Who will be the most important person on that field? It's the referee. You'll be saying that this referee, this same referee, if it's someone that has built, that you have a bad reputation for, that you always lose whenever he referees, you'll be saying, this man again. And controversy. So the audience, the fans, keep one reputation. And invariably it sticks. Because that opinion spreads, despite the fact that the man may have tried to be as unbiased as possible. That's where we are going to with this, is to let you know that silence is also dangerous. Silence is also dangerous.
engage where necessary. Some things will happen. I'm going to come to you, sir. Some things will happen that you cannot control. We must accept that. We are communicators. That's why we have to be strategic. That is the value of strategy. That we don't have control over certain things that will happen, but we have control as to how we can respond to it and manage how it is perceived. So it's to ask ourselves and go back to the drawing board and say, what if another situation like this will likely present itself anytime soon? It might not be from NPA. It could come from NIMASA, another sister government agency.
Yeah.
Or it could come from even your ministry. Or even from the House Committee on Marine. Even from truckers. So you see what we're talking about here. So sitting down, maybe doing your meetings every Monday, whether in Lagos, Abuja, these are the kinds of things you must say, okay, so what if somebody, all it takes is for a legislator to get up and just say, I want to move a motion on an issue of urgent national importance. Nigeria Shippers Council, and they just start talking, and then when you watch Channels News at night, you see yourself there, free of charge. You are wondering, when did this happen? Encouraging these units to adopt the playbook development strategy that carries a variety of scenarios. What it will do is that it will expand the thinking and the mindset of everyone on this team. Because you are fighting a battle where you have all kinds of actors who in a bid to protect their own interests, hamper you from delivering on your mandate, and by extension, potentially gives you a bad name before your major audiences, in this case, the shipper. So this is part of how I want us to look at it. Please, sir, let me come to you. You wanted to...
Sir, is it not possible for the Shippers Council to tell all the stakeholders before any agency increases their tariff? It's supposed to come to Shippers Council before doing that. In the situation whereby they do not do that and then they increase the tariff, can Shippers Council tell the freight forwarders not to comply until the Shippers Council to tell them, so far they are the regulator?
You see, that's a management decision. That's not your headache. Do you get the point I'm making in all of this? That's why I'm saying to you, you are in communications. A lot of the things you are called to manage are things that are beyond your level. In fact, there are things that you did not cause, but they have ramifications in terms of the image and in terms of perception. You don't know, there are some of the decisions might be internally made decisions. There are sometimes that decisions are made internally that are not necessarily, don't play out. They have what you call unforeseen outcomes that affect the image of the organization. Now, you don't have control over those calls. So don't bother yourself.